Hi, everyone. I think we're going to get started. Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you, Chris.
Okay, great. All right. Well, why don't we get this show on the road? Welcome to the sixth meeting of the Roundtable on Financing Water. Thank you to everybody for joining. This one is going to be a regional meeting focused on Europe. I'm Chris Knight. I'm a communications officer at the European Investment Bank. The Roundtable brings together a diverse set of people: government policymakers and regulators, institutional investors, asset managers, commercial banks, public banks, philanthropic organizations, and other groups. The focus is to find new ideas and solutions to increase investments in water and help millions of people's daily lives. Today, we will talk about practical ways to get policymakers, financial institutions, and other investors to address the challenges involved in financing water projects. We'll discuss how water investments can contribute to climate action, how the pandemic has posed new challenges for the economy and society, and how the COVID recovery packages from the European Union and EU countries can help. I think we're going to have some great debates. We have a lot of interesting speakers and panelists. But before we begin the discussions, the Secretary General of the OECD and the Vice President of the European Investment Bank have prepared brief opening remarks. Please take a look at these two videos. Hey everyone, if you have a sound problem, we're trying to fix that. Just a minute. Sorry again if you can't hear the video. We're trying to repair it as quickly as possible.
Yes, hi everyone. Hi, Chris. Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, it seems that there is an issue indeed, maybe with the bandwidth or something. Maybe we can start with Vice President Fayol's video because this is subtitled, and let's see afterwards if we can do something with the other video. I'm sorry about it.
Okay, that sounds good. Sorry everybody. We'll try to fix that a little bit later. Sorry, everybody, we're still working on this.
So do you hear it now or not?
No sound.
Okay, I'm sorry about this. Does that work now?
Not for me, no.
No, we still don't get the sound. Can you go and share an app and just share
Yes,
the
I'm
video?
sharing the app. Yeah, I'm sharing the app, but it doesn't work. Yeah, I'm sorry about this.
Sorry, I could have done sign language if I knew in advance. So sorry, everybody.
I'm sorry. What I'm gonna do is because I mean it depends of sometimes it depends of the WebEx server sometimes. I'm gonna upload the videos in a link in the chat so everyone can see it and watch it freely. I'm sorry about this. I mean it was working during the dry runs, of course, but today that's the virtual thing. It doesn't work.
Okay. All right. Well, let's do that. Why don't we go ahead and get started with session 1? So sorry again, everybody, about the videos. We'll try to fix those and send them. So session 1 is going to set the scene for the day and outline why we need to increase water-related investments, how this helps climate action and the environment, and makes societies more resilient. I'm now going to hand off to Anna Schumacher, who will moderate the first panel discussion. Anna, how are you doing?
Chris. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first session indeed. We'll start off with a presentation by Guan Shalikans, who will provide an overview of how water-related risks can pose material financial risk, and building on his perspective as lead supervisor on climate risks at the ECB, as well as his previous work. And he will also highlight business case for investments that enhance resilience of economies and societies while contributing to climate action and environmental sustainability. Welcome, Guan. The floor is yours.
Okay, many thanks, Anna. Many thanks for the invitation. I'm very delighted to be here. Before I start, could I ask the host to give me the share privileges so that I can show a couple of slides? Indeed, my name is Guan Shalikans. I'm a lead supervisor at the ECB. So I realize I come with a bit of a different perspective, if you will, to the table. So we look at climate-related risks and a bit more recently, water-related risk from a supervisory perspective. So as you might know, we are one of the biggest banking supervisors in the world. So we supervise directly 110 of the largest European institutions and over 3,500 smaller institutions indirectly. And this comprises over 23 trillion in assets. So a very, of course, critical and sizable chunk of the financial markets, if you will. I'm going to pull up my slides right now. So if you could confirm that you can see them, that would be fantastic. Okay, there we go.
We can see everything.
Yes, we can see.
Yeah, they look good for me.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot. So what I would like to do is talk you a bit through the journey that we went through over the last four or 5 years or so. This is a relatively new topic from a supervisory point of view. And before I do that, I would like to say that the usual disclaimer applies. So the views that I present are my own and not necessarily those of the European Central Bank. So let me start with climate-related risk. So this is where for us the journey began about 5 years or so. So we have started to realize that climate change leads to financial risks. There's two types that we distinguish. First, physical risk. So physical risk arises from extreme weather events and gradual changes into the climate system. And transition risk arises from the adjustment process towards a low carbon economy. And as you can see, in the left-hand graph, What combination of these risks we will encounter is unsure. We don't know that, but this depends on the climate scenario that we will go into. But we do know that we will be faced with some level of these risks, and that these risks are likely to exacerbate over time. So from that point of view, especially from a supervisory point of view, it's very critical that we start to prepare and build our capacity to manage these risks early on. Which is also the reason, and that you can see on the right-hand slide, that we have included these risks in our so-called risk map, where we present the key risk drivers that we see for the euro area on a 2-year horizon. So that's also the reason why you see it in the lower left-hand corner, but my prediction is that this will slowly start going up as we go forward. So this is where if you will, the discussion started 4 or 5 years ago, and because we started looking at climate change, we started to ask ourselves the question: do other environmental forms of environmental degradation also lead to risks? And
sorry, Graham, would you mind putting it on a presentation mode? Your slides, please. Sorry to interrupt.
It is on presentation. Hold on, let me try.
Yeah, you go to display settings and you select the third option. Go left on top, yeah, on top.
Yeah, the problem is that I have 2 screens, so I think this should work.
Okay, no, it's fine.
Better? Okay, good.
Yes,
okay. So first, let's say our conceptual framework. So what we have tried to start to do is to look through the financial institutions that we supervise, through their exposure, so through the businesses that they invest in, and through to environmental and social challenges. And you might recognize here the logos of the SDG in the bottom. And this is I must say, let's say, an equally exciting as daunting task as financial institutions in the Netherlands that where we looked in quite a bit of detail, have over 12,000 different businesses in terms of equity. On average, a Dutch bank has investments in 4,000 large corporates and 30,000 small and medium enterprises. So trying to look through these exposures to understand how, first of all, these exposures, so these investments, impact environmental and social challenges, and on the second hand, how these environmental and social challenges lead to risks for these exposures, or better, to drive risks for these exposures, is of course a rather complicated task. And nonetheless, we see increasing also possibility to measure these risks with better data sources as we go forward. So what I would like to present is a few of these, let's say, analytics that we did over the past few years that gave us a first understanding of the extent to which these risks are material for financial institutions. So we started off with physical risk. So what we did is we presented here side by side, first of all, let's say a very rough overview of the climate change vulnerability on the left-hand side per country, and the exposures on the right-hand side of the Dutch financial sector. And if we look at that, we see that most of the exposures, so most of the investments, are in Western Europe and the United States, which might lead us to the conclusion that actually, physical risks are not that material for financial institutions. However, we started to realize very quickly after we did these kind of first explorations that this data was never collected with a view of understanding physical risks that institutions might be exposed to. So first of all, and very importantly, these are obviously country averages, while of course the geographic differences between these risks is very large. And second of all, this data was collected with a view of assessing country risk, which means that for the exposure, so the assets of financial institutions, we register the location of the head office. But if you think about, for example, Unilever, it's of course a large corporate that is headquartered in the UK these days. but it has over 900 business facilities across the globe. So trying to, registering or trying to understand the level of physical risk at the headquarters gives you, let's say, a very limited understanding of the risks that it might be exposed to. So that led us to the next step, which brings us also into water. So we started to look at water stress. So what we, and water stress, as you probably know better than I do, is defined as the level of water supply over demand. So if it's 40%, we speak of high water stress, and over 80%, we speak of extremely high water stress. So if it's over 80% of the water on average is used, you might imagine that changes in precipitation, drought events, or population growth obviously will quickly lead to actual shortages in water. So what we started to do is we looked at the largest 2,000 corporations that the Dutch financial sector invests in, and that's about 80% or so of the total equity holdings of financial institutions. So it's quite a large chunk. And we plotted the location of their business facilities across the globe. So and here we have a database for these 2,000 largest corporations that contain more than 900,000 business facilities across the world. And for that specific location, and we worked together there with a consultancy firm and the World Resources Institute, we registered the level of water stress at that very location. And the color of the dot that you see on the map represents the level of water stress at that specific location. Green being relatively low water stress, red being high or extremely high water stress. And interestingly so, now all of a sudden we see a very different picture of the exposures, and we actually find that 20% of these investments are located in extremely high water stress regions. We also looked, it's not on the slide, but we looked at projections for 2040, and we see that these investments in extremely water stress regions increase over time. So the risk, we see that the risks is currently already there, and it's likely to exacerbate over time. And again, we see these two types of risk that I presented in the beginning. So we see the physical risk and we see a transition risk. So the physical risks here obviously is the actual shortages of water. So a lot of different businesses obviously need water to operate. Think of recent drought events in California, and this of course entails a physical risk if there are actual shortages. But there are also transition risk as governments are trying to regulate the water supply. So we've seen, for example, that several in northern India, several business facilities had to be closed down by the local government to safeguard the water supply for the local population, which of course has a large impact on these businesses. So we see both types of risk. So now we understand the exposures of these financial institutions to water stress, but of course we don't know exactly what kind of losses that would potentially be entailed with that, which is of course a very complicated question. So let's say the next step would be to try and start to stress test that. And at the ECB, we have started to work on a macroprudential stress test of physical risk to try and get the first understanding of the potential losses related to that. Secondly, another issue is obviously the supply chain effect. So even if your business facility is not directly dependent on water supply, its supply chain might. And we started to look also through that lens a little bit, which is from the most recent report of DNB related to biodiversity loss. So what we tried to do is we tried to start mapping out. So on the left-hand side, is probably a little bit small. So you see the investments of banks, pension funds, and insurers, and this totals 1,400 billion or so, which is pretty much the all corporate investments. And in the middle, you can see what business process these investments are in, and on the right-hand side, what ecosystem service has, what dependence, high or very high, this business process has on a number of ecosystem services. And there we find that in total, 510, so about 1/3 of the investments has a high or extremely high dependence on one or several ecosystem services. And we know, of course, from IPBES and so on and so forth, that these ecosystem services are largely in decline. Interestingly so, we find that water, surface water, as you can see on the top, and groundwater are among, let's say, the most relevant ecosystem services for all these investments of Dutch financial institutions. It's about 1/4 that is dependent on the provision of water. So also from a, let's say, supply chain effect, we see that the dependence on water is extremely critical for the investments of financial institutions. So all this brings us to the point that it's very relevant for financial institutions to try and understand how this impacts their risk profile. And of course, these institutions differ vastly, so there's no one-size-fits-all solutions, but of course we would like to see, as a prudential supervisor, that banks incorporate these types of risks into their risk management frameworks and tools. So what I presented until now is, if you will, is, let's say, the gross risk that these institutions are exposed to, but in fact the net risk, we believe, might even be higher. And the reason is that we see that the capability of banks in particular to manage these risks is still very limited. So here you see a picture that I think represents that point really well. So what we did, we asked a sample of institutions, do you believe that these kind of risks deserve a comprehensive risk management approach? And luckily, a lot of them, as you can see in this red bar, believe that it does. But if we then start to map out the actual risk management processes that they have in place, so those are the blue bars, we see a lot less activity. So most banks have still to develop this approach. And for that reason, as you might have seen also in the news last Friday, we published an ECB guide that sets out supervisory expectations on the management and disclosures of these types of risks. So essentially what we did is we went through the entire current prudential framework that regulates how banks, of course, have to manage their risk, and articulated what we expect institutions in the coming time to start doing. And this, of course, is intended to enhance the industry's awareness and preparedness for managing these risks, while, of course, also contributing to a level playing field. So we want to send a consistent signal also to the markets that it's critical to start developing capacity to manage these types of risks. So what does that then cover? So we look at all elements of our supervision. So this relates to business models, relates to governance, relates to risk management, and it relates to disclosures. So not only do these risks have to be comprehensively managed by the institutions, we also expect that institutions are transparent on the risks that they are exposed to, which of course helps promote market discipline. And I think important also for this seminar to mention is that we see a key role also for considering these risks in setting the strategy. So we want banks to adopt a strategic approach to managing these risks. So we want them to think about, how do I shape the business model? How do I shape my strategy in a forward-looking manner to account for these risks? And increasing the resilience of your portfolio might, of course, be a very wise strategy to manage these risks, especially given, of course, the challenges that persist to manage them in terms of methodologies available and in terms of data available. And I hope the few slides that I presented on these analytics give a bit of a sense of what would be needed to appropriately quantify the risk. So it's not an easy task. So from that point of view, the business model perspective is very important. Question then becomes, of course, how do we go about that? And I will not dwell on this too long, but just wanted to give you a sense of what we then do with such a guide that sets out expectations. So in fact, it's about 50 pages or so it's very detailed. So this will take some time, of course, to see progress also in the sector. So what we start to do very early on in the year is to ask banks to perform a self-assessment against these expectations and to draw up action plans on how they are going to progressively consider them going forward. And then 1 year later, so early 2022, we will do a full supervisory assessment of where banks stand in terms of these expectations. And we will, as I mentioned before, also consider these risks in a supervisory stress test. So with that, I will hand over back to Anna. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grant, for this very interesting presentation. I would now like to invite our panelists to share their points of view. We can start maybe with Christopher Flensburg, who will share his perspective on asset management, on the opportunities related to water-related investments in Europe, including via the green bond market. Over to you, Christopher.
Oops, did we lose Christopher?
Or perhaps we can
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Oh,
we can
I
hear
can
you.
hear you.
Excellent, that's great. So I was on mute and I couldn't, I wasn't allowed to push the button. So so here I am. Thank you very much, and thank you, Gunn, for a very interesting and insightful opening here. So from our side, I can just mirror what you're saying. Basically, we see this as both a risk and opportunity. We see it as direct and indirect, and we see it on three levels. So both in respect to technologies, in respect to firms, and in respect to regions. And that means that we need to get a much better mapping and a much better understanding, first of all, what water risk actually means, but also how our clients are managing that risk and disclosing that risk. And it starts with learning.
Hey, Christopher, sorry to interrupt. Yeah. Could you turn on your video? Is that all right?
I can. Yes, I can certainly do that.
Okay, thanks.
It's better. It's there now, right? You hear me? You see me? That's great. That one wasn't allowed either.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
So, yeah.
Okay.
No, so I'm back here. So basically, for us, it's very much about being capable of raising awareness with our clients. It's not always that our clients are aware of the indirect risk. Of course, they're aware of their water exposure and the management around the water and the legal risk they might run in that context, but they might not always be aware of the change in regulations and the change in environment, and also in the change of circumstances, which are going to require much higher disclosure and much better management around that. So as I said, we think that there's a risk associated to technologies, to firms and to regions, and we also think there's an opportunity around that. So the first thing we need to do from our side, that is to learn about water and learn about our clients. And the best way to do that is to work with our clients. So we have a number of clients which are very exposed. One example is that we've been working very closely together with the Dutch Water Bank in WB, and through them getting access to the infrastructure of the Dutch water system, the engineers. So they have, I think, 11,000 engineers working on water quantity and water quality around Holland. And by working together with the Dutch Water Bank and to work together with the engineers, we can learn a lot about what challenges they met and what kind of solutions they've been coming into. And when we learn about that, we can then try to adapt that into other regions, into other firms, and into other technologies. And suddenly we get a sense of what we're actually exposed against. And it's not only about water; it's also about drought or lack of water, right? So it's two sides of the coin. And what we think that is that, like we have also seen with climate, that the more we get these models in place, the better will be to reduce our risk and also to actually go out and help our clients to navigate in a changing environment. So this is not only about managing the risk. It's not only about having awareness around risk. It's also about being capable of explaining the risk and guiding your financial partners and your partners in general in respect to how well positioned you are and how well governed you are in that aspect. And in case that you have a prudent awareness and in case you have a prudent system in place and you're capable of explaining that, we think, like with the rest of the climate issues, that it will be much easier for you to get access to investors. It will be much easier for you to get access to lenders, and thereby you get broad access and eventually also cheap access to capital in general. And in case that you ignore it, in case that you as a bank are not capable of guiding your clients in respect to how they need to show awareness and how they need to disclose, then you might end up in a situation where your clients and thereby also you as a bank are being seen as a risk and consequently being exposed to the increased awareness and increased due diligence requirements that is in the water issues. So basically, you can say that what Guan was saying in the beginning is from our side very much reflected as the other side of the coin, that as well as the regulators, the supervisors need to understand what we are doing as a bank. We also need to understand what our clients are doing. But alongside that, it's actually much more severe. We need to understand how to guide our clients. We need to understand how this is moving and help them getting a navigation. So many of our clients might not be global companies, might be regional companies, and they might not be aware of all the trends. And it's our job together with the supervisors to create some kind of a frame under which they can navigate and secure stability in the system and good credits in our books. So that is in a very short kind of resume what we're seeing. But what is important that is that this is not only about risk management. This is also about enhancing or leveraging of increased notice about what's going to happen. There's going to be the need for a lot of technologies out there. There's going to be the need of sharing intelligence, and there's also going to be the need for raising the flag when people are ignoring the threats. So thank you very much.
And what it's the perspective from major utility companies.
Sorry, Anna, this is Matthias. You were muted, so we didn't hear it correctly.
Oh, it looks like.
It's fine, now we hear you.
Because it said unmuted on mine. Sorry. Yes, the point of view of Stefano Songini from major utilities on how water-related investment can improve resilience. And I would also like to invite all panelists to submit their questions, and we can answer them during the Q&A at the end of this session. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thanks, Anna, for the introduction. I work for ICEA, which is one of the largest Italian multi-utilities, mainly focused on the region of Rome and central Italy, including Tuscany, Campania, Abruzzo, and Marche. So a very much focus on central Italy player. Multi-utilities are sustainable by design, I would say, in the sense that obviously we provide customers and territories in which we operate with fundamental services, such as provision of water, electricity, and also, in our case, waste treatment. We've recently announced a very ambitious business plan with up to 4.3 billion euro of investments, of which about 80% will be focused on our infrastructure, mainly on the water sector and on the electricity sector, which means we'll be also working on, for example, incentivizing sustainable mobility. We'll be obviously investing in our electricity grids, in our water system, and in circular economy treatment of waste, which is obviously a very important part, and also on the creation of green energy through photovoltaic assets. Focusing on the water, we always, we have 9 million customers. We're the largest water provider in Italy because of the very large region we cover. And obviously, we get bogged down every now and then into these discussions. Should water resources be public, right? And they shouldn't be in the hands of companies that, in our case, for example, are even listed. Obviously, that debate always then ends up being coming to the ground, because it's not just a question of taking the water from the sources and putting it in the taps of businesses and private customers that we serve. I mean, obviously, the water provision services we work are from sourcing the water and protecting the resource, being a very scarce resource, transporting it in our aqueducts and providing obviously all the services and maintenance on our aqueducts, purifying the water before it reaches the taps of our customers, providing sewage. A lot of people don't know that companies like ours also need to find not only the preliminary provision, but also the wastewater treatment and the sewage, purifying the sewage before obviously it's returned into the rivers and the seas. Obviously, this is significant investments that we need to make. And also, the good thing about this is that through the end of the cycle, we can reutilize a lot of the sludge that is actually collected at the end of the process, for example, to produce energy or for agricultural purposes. The water can also be repurified and put back into the system again in this circular economy modus operandi. Our networks, like many of the other networks, clearly are subject to issues of resilience. I think the COVID-19 effect has been very evident in terms, for example, in Italy, in terms of the stress it has put on hospitals, and I'm sure this is an issue probably everywhere, and also on schools. And our business clearly is no exception, in the sense that obviously we've seen a very drastic shift in consumption, for example, from people no longer working from offices but working purely at home, which obviously stresses the residential aspects, for example, of water and electricity, and obviously offloads what used to be the business requirements in terms of electricity and water. Specifically on the water sector, we need to be very much aware, and I think this was said before, of the effects of climate change on our business. Here in Italy, we're seeing increasing frequencies of flash floods, for example. We had a terrible day yesterday. It rained like never before. And that obviously puts huge stress on our sewage system. And that water simply flows back into the rivers and into the sea. There is no way you can actually collect that, store it, and recover that. So clearly, that's what we need to be investing on. Same goes for obviously, very hot summers, where we've had periods of drought and water becomes very scarce at that point in time. So of the investment plan that we put together, about 2.2 billion euro over the next 5 years will be invested purely in the water sector, starting from a core issue, which is the issue of water losses, which doesn't necessarily mean leakages from the system that goes into the environment. It actually means that, for example, you have outdated meters in residential buildings which don't measure the consumption of water appropriately. So all of these things need to be put to place. So we have a very ambitious project of deploying smart meters in about 500,000 of our households. We also plan to significantly reduce these water losses through a more effective management of our system, districtualizing parts of the aqueducts, so that if there is a leakage in one specific area, we can redirect the water to other parts of the aqueduct without necessarily losing that. And obviously be utilizing new technologies, so for example, IoT solutions that can help us to effectively and actively manage our aqueducts. As I said before, a key element is the wastewater purification investments. We want to be able to provide a system whereby we can dispose of, in a circular economy approach, of most of the waste that gets produced from the sludges. And then last but not least, and I'll come back to this, increase of capacity of our major aqueducts, mainly the ones of Rome. We have two very large aqueducts here in Rome serve the city. How do we fund this? Well, typically this very ambitious investment plan is funded through our cash flows, but also through recourse to the financial markets. We will be increasingly tapping into the sustainable finance markets. And actually, at the beginning of next year, we plan to issue our first green bond. So I'm glad this was mentioned also in a previous discussion. And we believe that from there onwards, we will only be issuing sustainable finance instruments because of the business we operate in. We believe, that is the right approach.
Stefano, would you mind if I have a question here on? So you talked about purification, and you talked about that wastewater is a very important issue, and we have seen a lot of projects like that around in the world. And I'm just wondering, because you're extracting phosphorus, you're creating energy, you're creating a lot of different things in the waste through the wastewater harvesting, basically, right? So the economic model of changing the system, would you mind sharing a little bit about how the economics of such a upgrade of the wastewater infrastructure looks like?
Well, it's typically part of the let's say, a remuneration that operators are allowed to basically mark up on top of the cost plus basis that they apply to the tariffs. So the component of the wastewater treatment has actually now been introduced into the cost that we're allowed to put into the tariffs of the inhabitants we serve. So typically there is a certain minimum return, which is obviously the WACC that we apply. And the cost that we're allowed to basically put in the tariff with that markup actually include also let's say the end part of the water process. This is also because we can then reinsert purified water back into the system and not necessarily lose that water. So that's the way the model works. Clearly, we're at a very, very early stage. And the regulation hasn't evolved, for example, as it has in the electricity sector. But for now, this is the way we're actually remunerating this type of business.
Thank you, Stefano.
Yeah, just to wrap up very quickly. So funding the investments, as I said before, typically we do this through cash flows and through the tariff we apply to our citizens. But clearly, this type of investment is sufficient to really keep our assets state of the art and obviously to make sure that we can continue to invest in resilience and increase the resilience of our assets. But typically, the very large investments like the ones that would be required, for example, investing in the worn out aqueducts of all of southern Italy, for example, we're talking about sums that could be 600 million up to €1 billion of investments. Clearly, no single company, not even ours, is able to provide that without levering up too much the balance sheet, which obviously wouldn't be a very sensible thing to do. So where this brings us, I think, is a very interesting point offered by the current situation we're in. The use of the next generation EU funds that will basically enable a lot of European countries to really make that leap forward in terms of infrastructure, outdated infrastructure, which is fundamental to be able to make the whole country much more resilient. We've proposed a number of projects to the Italian government, not so much as direct investments, but as a very direct player in the field of water infrastructure. So we would obviously be the project manager or the actual builder of this infrastructure. And I believe the Italian government will propose a set of projects to the European Union early next year. Thank you.
If I may, and I just come with a comment in respect to investors. So the infrastructure upgrades which you're talking about here is exactly what we are seeing investors are looking into. So first of all, getting the engineering skills or competence of a company there, they understand the challenges and understand the political kind of environment to address that. And I think that there's no doubt about that water access in the future is going to be of a very, very high importance, meaning that there's a quite high certainty for cash flows in that context. And that means that when you're packaging your green bonds and telling this storyline, that is in our world, that's the beta instrument where you basically allow investors to get a fairly low risk understanding of the challenges, also the solutions. And what we're seeing that is that in the next stage, they then go in and support companies that's coming up with the technologies which are helping you to improve the purification even further. And that's a little bit what I meant when I talked about the navigation, first learning, appreciating, and then implementing that into alpha strategies eventually. So great to hear that you're coming to the market.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, in the green bond, we're preparing, we're working on clearly the investments in water infrastructure are a very important part, very important part.
So maybe at this point we should be hearing from the European Investment Bank, Cinzia, to maybe give us your view on how water-related investments can contribute to climate action, including adaptation and resilience. You need to unmute. Sorry.
Okay, here we go. Can you
Thank
hear me
you.
now?
Yes.
Excellent. So good morning. My name is Cinzia Lusenno. I work at the European Investment Bank, or EIB. My responsibility at the EIB is to drive forward the bank's strategic and operational approaches to climate change adaptation and resilience. And today I would like to share with you our experience of managing physical climate risk in the water sector and the sectors that rely on water, and share with you some of the challenges that as a public bank we face in doing this work. We heard from previous speakers that climate change is posing an increasing pressure on water availability and quality, and Europe is not a safe haven. And we know that losses, even just from flooding alone, are expected to be in excess of €1 trillion per year at the end of the century in a high emission scenario. So most of the risks that are resulting from a climate change really in Europe are all water related, and as the Bank of the EU, the EIB clearly must play a key role in supporting water operators in managing these risks. So at the EIB we support adaptation and management of physical climate risks in our operations in at least 3 ways. So first of all, we screen all our projects for physical climate risk and work with our clients to integrate adaptation measures in our operations. In order to do so, we have developed our own business process and our institutional knowledge to be able to systematically assess how climate change may affect the performance of a project and inform adaptation planning at the project level. We apply this process to all water sector as well as our infrastructure investments. So, for example, we recently financed the wastewater treatment plant in the Flemish coastal lowlands, and these lowlands are vulnerable to sea level rise and increased risk of floods. So through our screening, the project, of course, was found to be at higher risk because of the increased severity of rainfall, resulting in potential sewer overflows and discharges of untreated wastewater. So a number of measures were then integrated in the project to reduce these risks. And measures are, of course, of all types. In this case, included things like hydraulic expansion of wastewater treatment plant to reduce the risk of sewer overflows, and measure to control the flows in the sewer system and storage tanks. This is just an example. There are many, many examples of where we apply this systematic screening and assessment of physical climate risk in our water projects. The second thing that we do is that we are gradually expanding our universe of investments for adaptation and resilience innovation. This is an area where the private sector engagement, of course, is vital. And it is also an area where the EU can really play a key role, because European companies are at the forefront of creating innovation. And I'm talking about technologies, products, and services that can really remove technological and knowledge barriers to adaptation. So, for example, in the water sector, I'm talking about technologies that can anticipate and communicate extreme weather events, such as early warning systems, or technologies that can make a more efficient use of water resources, both for drinking or for irrigation purposes, or smart flood protection engineering solution that can adapt over time, or the most needed climate data and services that can be used by water companies and operators for building resilient infrastructure. There are many, many opportunities there to really push forward innovation in the field of climate resilience. The third thing that we do is that we are developing dedicated advisory services to help our public and private sector clients, including water companies and boards, in developing their own knowledge and processes to cope with increased physical climate risk. And we heard from previous speakers how important this is, given that overall this is an area that is still at its infancy, and there is a huge need to support the knowledge development in the private sector as well in the public sector to then be able to invest in climate resilient projects. This direction of travel is described in our recently approved Climate Bank roadmap. There is plenty of work that we need to do. We will further develop these focus areas in the context of the EIB adaptation plan, which will be launched by the end of 2021. Clearly, the water sector will take the central stage because of its vulnerability and its key role in a sustainable economy, but also because of the opportunities it offers for achieving environmental and social benefits. There are many positive signals in Europe. We see commitment from public banks to support adaptation. We see an increased awareness of the financial system with regards to physical climate risk. We know that the EU will be launching a new EU adaptation strategy in the beginning of next year. And these are all positive developments that will contribute to build greater resilience of the water sector in Europe. But we do see still many challenges ahead of us, and I would like to mention at least two. The first one is very technical and practical, and this is really to do with the need to use climate data information to understand how the hydrological cycle may change in the future and make use of this information for the design of water infrastructure. Most engineering practices in Europe rely on standards and codes that are based on historical data, and they are not really forward-looking. And this is key. It is key in the EU that we show leadership in this area and come together with industry and engineering associations to improve the way we build in the EU, and ensure we do no longer lock vulnerability in new infrastructure. And the second challenge is really to do with how to engage the private sector in adaptation financing. And the financing gap will widen in Europe because of the ever-increasing needs for climate action, and now even more so because of the ongoing pandemic. So public sector financing will never be sufficient. Private sector has a key role to play. And in this context, the EIB contributed to the landmark EU taxonomy for sustainable finance by establishing clear and robust definition of green investments, including investments that make a substantial contribution to adaptation in the water sector, of course, as well as many other economic activities. So the result is a common rule book that will help channel financial resources to a multitude of projects for building resilience in line with the goals of the Paris Agreement. So now that we have this clear language on what adaptation finance means and what the challenges associated with it are, we really need to work collectively to engage the private sector more systematically in the EU. So I'm interested to hear the views of the panel and the audience on these two challenges. I thank you for your attention. I really look forward to our discussion.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. The challenges of technology today. Yes, we'll open up for a brief Q&A session. Thank you very much all for your insightful discussions and presentations and questions. We'll be able to take only a few questions, unfortunately, due to the time constraints. However, we have one interesting one for Stefano, possibly, from our audience. And the question is, groundwater. Groundwater is important. Operations normally are focused on licensed groundwater extraction, which is not sustainable. Are there examples of operations and financing for sustainable groundwater management by public or private operators? Yes, and if we can be fairly brief so we can get a few questions in. Thank you.
Yeah, that's mainly what we focus on. But clearly, you know, we are in a region of Italy where the availability of water is actually quite good. So we've never faced particular issues with scarcity. Maybe just 3 or 4 years ago, there was one specific event where through very serious drought and no rainfall whatsoever, for the first time, we had to extract water from Lake China, north of Rome. For the rest, I mean, again, I think the regulatory landscape needs to make the difference, in the sense that obviously it needs to be sufficiently clear, it needs to be simple, and it needs to provide a very clear return to private investors as well. That's what is fundamental, with no potential for derailing, let's say, on a political basis, the set regulatory scenario.
Could you please put on your video? Is that possible, Stefano? Sorry.
Sure. Okay. So I think that's the most important part of the situation. I must say, as I said before, the regulation in Italy around water is less mature than the one we have on electricity, for example, but it's definitely going in the same direction. And so the certainty of the applicability of a certain return to financial investors of making significant investments in water, which as was said many times during this event, are fundamental investments for the well-being of our communities, are definitely an interesting opportunity for investors.
Thank you. I hope that answered Roel Martin's question. We have a question for Juan as well. To what extent do they see banks becoming aware of these environmental risks and starting to take action on disclosure or on assessing exposure?
Yeah, many thanks for that question. And indeed, we see very fast increasing awareness in this space. So a lot of financial institutions are working on this front. However, as a supervisor, we have observed that we're not moving fast enough. So, for example, related to disclosure, so we published a report last week, actually, where we took stock of how transparent financial institutions are as to their risk profile on climate risk, and we saw that only 3% of the institutions would meet our supervisory expectations. So we do see that there is still space, let's say, for a lot of progress, but nonetheless, I think a lot of institutions realize that fast progress is needed and start to increasingly also acknowledge the materiality of the risks.
Thank you. We have another question, which I guess is for Christopher. What are the different financing options to financing upgrade, modernization of infrastructure? Green bonds have already been mentioned. Is there anything else?
Yeah, so basically, what we have seen over the last decade, primarily over the last 5 years, but over the last decade, is an increase in engagement across the financial sector, meaning that both banks as well as investment managers have been engaging, and I think that the awareness around climate in specific, but also increasing on water, is now getting to levels where you're going to be seeing special occasions coming out. So there will be PPP, private-public partnerships. It will be joint ventures. It will be funds, as well as equity investments, and we are looking into a number of those. So I think that over the next 2, 3, 4 years, you're going to see a huge amount of investment possibilities, which are both going to come in as a straight investment in equities, but also as a participation in funds or in JVs. So I think you're going to see a number of vehicles. At this stage, the only kind of broad investment market is in the green bonds. And I think that when you're speaking to equity researchers and many funds, they will claim that they're already doing this. So being a credit analyst or being a portfolio manager saying that you will not look at this would basically be saying that you don't do your job. But I think that there's a lot of new knowledge, and I'm not sure that knowledge has been systemized and integrated into a broader broader scale, meaning that it has been difficult for most investment professionals to create strategies and explain those strategies to their stakeholders. So I think that at this stage, primarily green bonds, we're beginning to see sustainable linked instruments, but you're also increasingly going to see equities, and thereby you're also going to see funds and joint ventures coming up.
Thank you, Christopher. We will be needing to wrap up very shortly. Maybe I could ask you if you have, give us a brief 1 or 2 minute long comments, closing comments? Quick reflection on your thoughts.
I can start off. So I'm a full-blooded investment banker. I've been for 30 years, more than 30 years, and to be capable of engaging in building societies in this way, building resilient societies and stronger societies, is new. So normally money didn't have a label. Now you're putting a label on the money, and that means that you can re-engage in building societies. You can re-engage in this society. And for us at the bank, and that's not only me, for us at the bank and many of our clients, that is an enrichment and is actually enabling us to mobilize much more energy and commitments than we have ever seen before, and it's fun. So it's great that the tone is changing, and it's great to work together with public players like the OECD and EIB in doing that. So that's my closing comment for this.
Thank you, Christopher.
Yeah, I totally endorse what Christopher said. I think we're at a moment in time where the COVID pandemic has created an opportunity to really make a jump forward. We were already getting there, but very slowly in terms of action. And it's a unique opportunity to really take that step forward from a financing point of view, from a corporate point of view, from a legislation point of view. And Europe, I think, is probably leading the pack on this front.
And from my side, I can just echo what other panelists have said. That, of course, we need to manage physical climate risk. We need to adapt and build resilience in all our systems. Clearly, the water sector is really key to build greater resilience of an economy. We need to internalize and really properly price physical climate risk. But I also like to say risk is also a world of opportunities. There are ever emerging markets for innovation, for technologies, for resilience, and we really need to build on the momentum that we have at the moment with regards to climate action and put an effort to invest in innovative solutions for managing physical climate risk.
Okay, I will also second what other speakers have said, and I would quote Frank Eldeston, who is the chair of the Network for Greening the Financial System, who always emphasizes the so-called double leverage that the financial sector has, because of course, if we can integrate these kind of considerations in the decision-making of financial institutions, that in turn will also, as other speakers have also pointed out, create further leverage on the companies that are being financed. So I think that from that point of view, the financial sector can be also a very important force to progress this agenda.
Well, thank you very, very much. This has been a great insight. I'd like to pass the floor back to Chris.
Thanks a lot, Anna. That was very interesting. Before we go to session 2, we're going to try the videos again. So as a bonus, we're going to give you sound this time, which we think will be better. So let's go now to the videos from the Secretary General of the OECD and the Vice President of the EIB. And if they don't work again this time, we'll send you links for the videos and just move right into session 2.
Chris, this is Matthias. Does that work now before starting?
No.
No sound.
Do you hear it?
No sound.
Nice video though. Okay.
So sorry, so it's a nice video indeed, but it doesn't work still. So we're gonna upload the hyperlink anyway, so you guys can watch it.
Maybe a few people were able to read the lips, so we'll just move on session 2 now. So we discussed the business case for water investment. We know there isn't enough water investment. That's clear. Now we're going to look at what financing is needed in Europe for water investments and what are our capacities to make investments. I'm going to hand off now to Bettina. She's the head of the Clean Water Unit at the European Commission Department responsible for EU policy on the environment. Bettina, welcome to the roundtable. Are you there?
Good morning, and thank you very much. Very happy to be with you today. I had the occasion to listen a little bit to the previous discussion also, and I think many of the themes that we will be discussing in our session now have already been raised, but maybe from a different perspective. So once again, thank you very much for being with you. We will move in our session a bit more into the practical side and see together what we have already put together in terms of evidence and analysis to help our member states and everybody in Europe to come to better financing strategies. So I think it's no secret there is a huge investment gap in water in the EU. We have by now quite an encyclopedia of evidence put together partly by the Commission itself in our assessment reports over the last years. We had big reports last year on the Water Framework Directive and the Floods Directive, also on the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive, and we had fitness checks and evaluations of all these directives as well. And I think most of you will probably had a chance to look at least at the conclusions of these. They all come to the same point. Investment is really lagging behind, and it is one of the reasons also why the implementation of these directives and reaching their objectives is so difficult. So let's work together to fill the gaps and to see how we can get there. We heard also about the times that we're in. I heard a little bit in the previous session already some references to the Green Deal, its various initiatives. There's of course also the new financing opportunities that come now with the recovery period. And I would like to pass the floor now to my colleague Nele Rosenstock from also the water units in the Commission to set the scene and to tell us a bit where we are in our analysis. Thank you, Nele.
Hi, good morning to everyone. I hope you hear me, hope you see me, and now I will try also to share my screen. I still see Bettina for now. Could you please confirm that you see my screen?
Yes, we do.
Yep, looks good.
Okay, perfect. And you do see it in presentation mode and not with my notes?
That's perfect like this.
Okay, great. Then let's start. Thank you very much, Bettina, for handing over to me, and a big thank you also to the colleagues from the OECD and the EIB for inviting us to this 6th Roundtable on Financing Water. And we were invited to quickly present the key findings and next steps from the Commission's point of view based on this cooperation projects with the OECD that we carried out the last 3 years, I think. We published it in May 2020, so not that long ago, and it was on the investment needs and the financing capacities for water supply, sanitation, and flood protection in the EU member states. So I really tried to summarize a project of almost 3 years in 2 slides, including our next steps. Let me start. So the first part is the analysis. The analysis showed that there's already a high spending in the water supply and sanitation sector. 100 billion are spent per annum by the 28 member states. Now we're 27 member states, of course, in the EU. And if we project that forward to assess the investment gap to meet full compliance with our drinking water directive, which was recently revised, and our very old, 30 years old urban wastewater treatment directive, we find that another 289 billion euros have to be spent until 2030. So that's a quite high amount. And we need to find the resources for that. The analysis also shows that there is a quite high reliance in some member states on EU funds, which is of course okay, because they are available, but in the long term, we need to move away from EU funding as they tend to decrease over time. The analysis also found that affordability generally is not endangered in the EU by our legislation, which is a good finding, of course, because we do not want to risk that especially the low-income households cannot afford having access to water and sanitation. Taking these analytical findings forward, we find that all member states of the EU need to increase their investments in the water supply and sanitation sector by more than 20%, and many of them by way more than 20%, some of them above 100% to what they are spending currently, which is of course a daunting task, I think. And of course, member states have very different capacities to bridge the gap, and that's pre-crisis. In the long term, we also need to move away from EU funding, as already said. And the way forward, as identified by the OECD, is that we need to make the best use of existing assets and financial resources, which includes improving the operational efficiency of operators, addressing leakages. These are aspects that we try already to address in our directives as well. We need to minimize future financing needs, which includes managing water demands and being coherent in our water policies in the on EU level, but also on national level when we implement them, being coherent across sectors, but also using nature-based solutions. And I understand that Mrs. Tremollet will later talk about the benefits of nature-based solutions. And we can also consider additional sources of finance, which include, for example, taxes on different kinds of pollution, different ways of implementing the polluter pays principle. I would say a quick word about that in my next slides, and how we can make strategic use of public finance and combine that with other sources of finance, for example, commercial finance as well. So these are really the high-level takeaways from our Commission perspective from this very big study. And you see here the link, and of course for this meeting today, this conference, the documents were shared already. So please have a look there as well. And here I try to summarize in one slide how we take it from there. Of course, the context has vastly changed since we've worked on this cooperation project. In 2019, a new Commission President took office, Ursula von der Leyen, and she came forward with a Green Deal. And the Green Deal contains a lot of water elements as well. So that's good news, I think, for the water supply and sanitation sector, because we receive much more attention now. At the same time, since March, we are, of course, living through the COVID-19 sanitary and economic crisis, which puts also the water sector in a difficult spot. But I also think it's an opportunity, because it shows how important our well-working water sector is. We all need clean water to wash our hands constantly. But we also found that other aspects of the water sector are very important, such as wastewater surveillance for tracking COVID-19 could be one of the solutions of tracking the pandemic. So definitely also a way of seeing the glass half full here. And the Commission, the entire EU, reacted with in a number of ways to the pandemic, including the Recovery and Resilience Funds. And we urge really member states to make use of them also for their water sector. So that's the changed context. In terms of long-term vision, what do we think as European Commission is the way forward? Is we really think the water supply and wastewater sector will over time need to be self-sufficient and not reliant on EU funding. That doesn't happen from today until tomorrow, but it's a long-term vision really. It will be integrated in the circular economy, and that it contains aspects on energy and sludge that were mentioned already in the session that we had right before this one. We will move towards full cost recovery as demanded by Article 9 of the Water Framework Directive. And we need to find the right price for water, but also make sure that, again, those who cannot afford the right price of water have access to social measures and are supported by the national governments to always have access to clean water and sanitation. We also think that governance needs to be improved, be it via transparency, so that the consumers better know what they pay for, and that they also may be ready to pay a bit more for having access to clean water, but also better planning. And that links in very well with the messages from the OECD in their study, that better planning of implementation of the directives, clear identification of priorities, clear financing strategies are very important. And in concrete terms, our next steps from Commission side are the planning of 4 member state regional workshops. These will focus on different aspects of how to better implement the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive and the Drinking Water Directive. We hope to launch them next year. We have already launched an ad hoc technical working group on economics under the Water Framework Directive that now looks into the financing of measures and also into good practices for cost recovery. So that work will also inform our future work. And then we are currently working at high speed on the revision of the key EU water sanitation legislation, which is the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive. And under this directive, we want to take into consideration all the findings from this study, and especially under Article 17, which requires the planning of the implementation of the directive. We want to focus on how to improve this because it's not yet working perfectly. And we are also paying attention to how the polluter pays principle can be better implemented under this directive. And for now, we are focusing on extended producer responsibility and thinking about how the real upstream polluter, the industries that might produce chemicals that cannot be easily removed in treatment plants, can also bear part of the burden of paying for high-level treatment. That's it. That was a very short introduction to what we think at the Commission. I hope it helps stimulate the discussion. And again, thank you for inviting us and thank you for listening. We're happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Nele, for this really efficient and very comprehensive overview of everything that is planned also at the EU level and of course together with all our member states and stakeholders, because all this is a very inclusive process. We will now move to look a bit at the situation in the member states, having seen the EU level and the broad findings and takeaways, as you have mentioned, Nele, from the study work that we undertook together with the OECD. We will now have the opportunity to hear the perspective of two member states. Actually, we will have the perspective from a regulator, because of course, especially for the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive and the Drinking Water Directive, the water regulators have a crucial role to play. And finally, we also have a colleague from the EIB, so from a financing institution, to give their perspective. So I would like to ask now Ms. Josefina Mastro-Unturbe to tell us about the situation in Spain. She's an advisor to the Secretary of State for the Environment and will tell us how Spain is aiming to overcome the bottlenecks and what challenges you are facing in Spain, especially also due to the COVID crisis at the moment. Thank you very much. I think you're still muted. You need to unmute yourself.
Okay, now I think that's fine. Thank you. Well, I was just saying thank you very much, Bettina. Thank you very much, Nele, for your introduction. And thank you to the OECD for this presentation to Spain to present the challenges and opportunities that we have at the moment. I think in agreement with the presentation made by in relation to the work of the OECD, in Spain we have an important financing gap. We have estimates that this financing gap will be between 1,000 and 2,000 million euros for the next 13 years. So that's a lot of money, of which about 800 to 1,200 million euros will be on wastewater treatment. And those are the kind of investments we need to do. And although our compliance with the wastewater treatment directive is very high, it is also true that most of what remains to be done is in small and medium municipalities. And this presents specific challenges. So even with the recovery fund and with the amount of money we have allocated to the wastewater treatment, this only fills 10% of the financing gap. So we have an important problem in relation to this. And what are the bottlenecks for us? Basically, is that we have a very high reliability on public budgets, including EU funds, like Nele has said before. This is, of course, public budgets are subject to the deficit rule, so it's a catch-22 problem. So if we rely mainly on public budgets and the public budgets cannot increase, then we have a big problem, obviously. And we also have some difficulties with not enough financial planning, not only at central government level for water and sanitation, but also at local and regional level, so long-term financial planning. There are also bottlenecks related to the capacity of accessing even existing financing and most importantly, even the money we have, there are problems for public for preparation, for project preparation and implementation. It's mainly in the small and medium-sized municipalities. So if the key problems for wastewater treatment and in those kind of municipalities, and they have problems for project preparation and implementation and even management of the services, then that gives you a vision on where our problems lie. There are also some cumbersome public expenditure procedures that have been tackled by the government recently. And one key issue also in terms of financing is the high unit cost in small and medium-sized municipality of wastewater treatment plants. So we have differences, just to give you an idea, between 0.3 in big municipalities to 2.1 euros per cubic meter. In a small municipality. So a huge expenditure for these municipalities in relation to the bigger municipality. There is also some insufficient regulation and information, especially which is required to ensure efficiency and investment. And finally, our capacities also for technical capacities for our small and medium-sized municipalities are small. So what has it been done? And I'm going to finish with two points. One is that we have regional governments created public companies to deal with this and to help small and medium-sized municipality. Central government is simplifying procedures, is revising existing commitments that are not relevant anymore to liberate financing. It's established framework agreements with local authorities and regional governments, and is trying to leverage EU funding through public companies, through state public companies who also have access to commercial funding. So we need to do more of this. And COVID-19 has increased somehow the existing cost of companies, but most of it can be absorbed. The main problem it has been easier for private companies. It has been more difficult for the public sector, who has not been able to use the liquidity that they have, because the central treasury has asked for all the liquidity for all the companies and all the state and local actors to be passed on to central government to be able to pay for short-run expenses. And finally, I just want to make a point about the kind of opportunities that they exist that maybe give ideas on what role could be implemented at the EU level. Obviously, it's important that we ensure alignment with the Green Deal and the directives, like it has been said. But mainly, it's very important to leverage this 10% of additional EU funding in relation to the needs that we have to crowd other sources of funding, so that we don't use all the money for a specific project, but that we use part of that money for many more projects. Other sources of funding, like commercial, blue bonds, crowdfunding in small investment funds, those kind of things. Also, it will be important to make sure that that funding serves to promote the establishment of tariffs for long-term sustainability, and very important to promote institutional development. Some of this scaling up of joining municipalities together to provide services, the role of the provincial governments, all that is a very important thing. And one thing that I think is very close to my heart is to promote ex-ante project analysis and solutions, methodologies and joint advice, basically to try to make sure that we choose the kind of technologies that are most appropriate, especially for small and medium-based municipalities, and we don't have a technological inertia. So more money means greater needs for efficiency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for these insights from Spain. Very interesting. And thank you also for taking us down directly to the level of municipalities, because this is really, especially for the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive, where the EU legislation has to be implemented. I would now like to ask George Constantin from Romania to give us a perspective from Romania and to tell us what you have found in all these studies and work, and what may be the right mix of assets and means and tools and policies is for Romania. George is the water director in Romania, and as such, of course, one of our pillars of our cooperation in the water field. Thank you, George. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Bettina. I'm very happy to attend this very interesting meeting about financing. I want to say that from the study you presented, resulted that Romania has the largest financing gap related to the water supply and wastewater infrastructure, which are necessary to comply with the specific EU acquis. This situation is due to the low level of water infrastructure inherited from 1989, particularly in the rural area, and the huge investment needed to comply with the EU requirements in, we consider, a short period of time. Even we undertaken efforts to bridge this gap. In the last 15 years, we managed to increase the access to wastewater collection and treatment just with 20%, and we still have more to invest. EBRD estimates last year that Romania will still have to invest in water sector about 22 billion euro, which include also operation and maintenance, renewal of the assets, which already been done in the previous programs of financing. Also from study, the result of the possibility to finance this gap is very limited as regard to ability to increase public spending, ability to access private finance, and possibility to increase the water tariff. This is why we have now a project together with the World Bank in which we will try to optimize the infrastructure in order to reduce the needs for investment, but on the other hand, to comply with the directive. But it's not just a question of investment, because you know, our experience is that we are missing the capacity to develop and implement the projects, and this is one, let's say, negative part from the national perspective of the free movement of workforce, because most of the Romanian workers went to the Western Europe, and now we have a problem to have companies in order to implement the project. But what we have done good in these 15 years, we have implemented so-called regionalization process, in which we encourage the development of regional operators, which means operators which have the capacity to develop and implement the project at the regional level, not at the, let's say, municipal level. And we are here referring to the small municipalities, small communes in which there is no capacity. And we are trying to develop regional projects for water and wastewater, which on one hand will be more easy to implement because there is capacity in these regional operators, and on the other hand, in this moment, we make a leverage of tariffs between urban and rural. For the flood management, in this study, the situation is much better, mostly because the necessary investment is done by the state budget from a long period of time. Maybe this is the difference. The drinking water and water supply, it's legally a responsibility of the local authority, but the flood control is the responsibility of the state. COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the importance of investment in the water and wastewater sector, which these investments are essential for ensuring the human safety, health, and life. On the other hand, this pandemic affected the financing capacity of the state budget to support further spending, and also affected the capacity to implement already financed project. I just read in this moment news how we will pay the debts in the next year, the debts which has been done in order to tackle the health issues, and how this will affect the other investment. But on the other hand, this was one of the reasons why the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, Romanian plan, includes investment for drinking water supply and wastewater treatment. On the other hand, based on this study on OECD and EBRD projection of investment needs, we, together with the World Bank, I'm saying the Romanian Ministry of Environment, Waters and Forests, we are developing a strategic financial planning as an enabling condition for the next period EU financing. This investment plan will be done at the level of each agglomeration and supply area, and will take into account also the new recast of the Drinking Water Directive, which has a completely new perspective. In my opinion, I consider this directive, this recast directive is completely different. Why? Because the former drinking directive was focused very much on the quality. Now we have to tackle the water supply for the population, and also this leakages issue which has been mentioned, which means that the focus it's enlarged now. We very much count on the continuation of EU support for the water and wastewater sector in Romania, which Nele presented, and we hope that this will remain. But we are aware by the fact that we have to increase spending from the national sources. And in this respect, we are looking to a blending of sources as the state budget, the local budget, and the regional operators budget. Even the study identifies this issue as a problem. It's clear that we have to find a solution on short and long term. And this, even that seems that in the next years, this issue of COVID will affect the capacity, but we have to find a solution. And the first solution is to put high on the public agenda the issue of water and wastewater, and in order to be financed. Also, it was presented in the European Commission presentation the issue of sustainability for the water infrastructure. And in this respect, we already promoted a legislative initiative in which we are supporting the low revenue household to pay the water bill, and in this way to increase the tariffs for the others which can afford this, and to achieve the cost recovery. As related to the investments tackling the water risk, this is very much supported by the state budget in Romania and also by FIs, in particular EIB. It's strong in financing this kind of investment in Romania. We will continue to promote spending on financing, which will include EU support. From our point of view, the main issue related to this type of investment is the need to promote the green measures. This is an issue which we are facing now. I take this opportunity to thank the European Commission for the support. We want, as I said, this support to continue, and we are ready to comply and to find a solution to comply with the newly promoted policy at the EU level, at Green Deal, biodiversity strategy, and the new directives, circular economy, and particularly I highlight to you here the issue of the sludge management from the wastewater treatment plant, which will be a problem not only from an environmental point of view, but also to finance such kind of infrastructure. And we hope and we kindly ask the European Commission to contribute in sharing information and good practices and peer learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Your message well received, and I think we have already set up the structure also in our joint common implementation structure to continue working together on all these issues. So very interesting, and thank you very much once again. We will now hear the perspective of a regulating authority. This is from Portugal, and please, Ms. Ana Barreto Albuquerque, you have been a member of the executive board of the Water and Waste Regulator in Portugal, and you must have some very thoughtful and insightful views on the situation at the moment. The floor is yours, please.
Could you
Miss
please
Albuquerque?
unmute yourself?
Hello? I'm not
Yes.
able to unmute my computer.
We hear you now. Great.
Okay, thank you very
Welcome.
much.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, because I was not able to unmute me.
If you can
So-
use the camera, it's great. But if it's not possible, we're very happy to hear you also.
Yes, I can use, but I cannot because the camera is stopped, and I have not access to put the video on. I believe it's one of your colleagues that is also controlling the camera. Okay,
Hi,
but
Anna, it's Matthias. I'm controlling the nothing actually for the cameras. So either you can turn it on, and if not, then it's okay. You can continue this way.
okay, I am okay. Now I believe I've. Okay, so thank you very much for the invitation to be here, to listen so interesting presentations and the inputs from other colleagues from other countries. What I would like to do as based on the knowledge of the sector I have reached in the last almost 6 years, it's to give you my opinion on what is the key success factors that have helped Portugal to move and to get a level of objectives in this sector that have increased a lot in the last 25 years. And I believe there were some things that the country has done very well. The reform of this sector started in the beginning of the 90s with the public policies very well defined. And one of the items of the public policies was was the regulation. So the regulator in the last 25 years has had an important role in the country achievements. But there are also other important things that are the public policies include. That was the strategic plans. And in reality, in the last 25 years, Portugal has had 3 strategic plans. And these strategic plans have guided the implementation of the country's public policy. The strategic plans set targets and the quality of service goals suitable for the specific national situation and the goals set by the European directives. And these strategic plans has offered the government's vision for the sector for implementation in the medium and have a medium term and have had a nationwide scope. They have a global and integrated approach, and this approach addresses all the relevant components of the public policy and are closely linked to other national strategies for water. Based on the targets that was defined for at a national level, a gap analysis was performed for each one of the 3 strategic plans we have already done, and action plans were developed and needs of investment were estimated. The perspective of that these strategic plans should be from national to local level. So what I mean is that we need to have some national strategic plans, but after we need to adapt and to do, based on the national targets, to do strategic plans at a regional or local level, and this is dependent on the country organization, on the country's organization framework. For example, in Portugal, we have the national strategic plans, and after we have the plans for each management entity that is responsible for performing the services at local level. Behind another thing that is also that was very important in the last 25 years was the administrative framework, institutional framework of the country. And this means that the reforms that improve the investment environment in countries and the development of bankable projects are relevant elements for the creation of a conducive environment to mobilize finance to the sector. And the results of the public policies for the water sector are dependent on having an adequate institutional framework. The policy instrument should facilitate an institutional framework with a clear definition of the responsibilities of the stakeholders, clear rules of operation, and the smooth circulation between authorities and sectors without major overlaps or significant gaps. The administrative organization characteristics should facilitate investment and financing. This means that sector players at management level need to have the right scale and technical capabilities to be able to perform the investments needed to attain the strategic plan goals. In Portugal, in the beginning of the 90s, the services were performed at local level by the municipalities. And the government and the stakeholders have understood that the local entities, local municipalities didn't have neither the financial, neither the technical capabilities needed to attain the strategic plan goals. And so the state and decided to do territorial reorganization, making use of economies of scale at the regional level, and this was translated in a split between the bulk and the retail operations in the water sector, and the creation of a public state-owned company, Águas de Portugal, that was responsible in the last 25 years for the bulk services. And this was very important for the performance of the country in the last 25 years. Notwithstanding, nowadays we still have a very huge number of operators in the distribution side, in the retail side. We have a huge number of management operators that doesn't have enough scale and enough financial capabilities to perform the investments that will be needed in the next 10 to 20 years. Which means that in the last years, we have also tried to do the aggregation of management entities in order to create this scale that is needed, and in order to have a scale that can attract new investors, which I believe will be necessary to close the financial gap we have. So
thank you very much, Anna. I'm sorry, we're going to have to wrap up. If you just want to conclude with 1 or 2 sentences, that would be great. So we will still have some time for the next.
It's only to say that regarding the financing of the sector, we need to have more institutional investors able to invest in the sector. But for this, we need to have more scale, and perhaps with more scale and more technical capabilities at the management entities side, we can have, for example, more investment from pension funds and insurance companies or other commercial banks that will be necessary to do the investments in the next 10 to 20 years. Thank you very much.
Oh, Bettina, you're muted.
Sorry, yeah, no, I was saying thank you very much, and sorry to cut you short on this, because this is really the crucial question that we're all tackling. How can we attract more investments, more private investment, new investors in these water issues where sometimes the returns on the investments are not so clear, at least not immediately. On this note, I'm very happy to give the floor now to the colleague from the European Investment Bank, who is working precisely on the issues of how to raise the necessary finances and how to support also in the area of water. Please, Oliver Bessem, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Bettina, and indeed, is very happy to be here today for discussing this, how to finance the gap in terms of funding. That study shared the view of the previous panelists, which has expressed their concern about the size. And I think if I need to focus on two main bottlenecks when you are talking to lenders, private or public lenders, one of the main issues is indeed the size. We are looking in Europe at a very highly fragmented market, regional, local, municipal actors, and it's difficult for them to attract long-term lenders or even to tap the market. So the small size means what? It means that usually they are not able to have an external rating, there are lack of visibility for the markets. So how to tackle this bottleneck? Well, when you're talking to commercial lenders, they are all advocating for a further consolidation of the water sectors, at least at national or at regional level. But I don't have in mind a merger, because indeed a long public consultation process is always a bottleneck for aggregating water operators. But it's more finding a coordinated way to act for the operators and to attract fundings. For instance, we can also take the example of what is done in the gas or electricity sectors. If you are taking the example of Belgium, utilities, which are also very much small and municipality owned, they are setting up some specific SPV, which are externally rated and which are able to issue some bonds and to attract the additional investors from the market. A similar example in the water sector, what is done in recently this year by the EIB with this Hydrobond initiative in Italy, whereas very small water utilities have managed to issue a bond in the market and are able to attract foreign investors and also to decrease the cost of funding. But I would say that on this first point, this coordinated action from water operators works only if you have a strong regulatory framework, which is well implemented, which leads to my second point on the bottleneck when we can see when we are talking to lenders, is that usually there is a mismatch between the long-term capex needs and also the long-term assets life of water networks. We are talking about 10, 15, 20, 30 years of assets life, and what the lenders can offer today. When you're looking at the balance sheet of small operators, you are usually seeing some tenures of loans which are not exceeding 10, 12 years. It's already quite a lot. And we know that the public support in the future might reduce in terms of grants, in terms of guarantee of debt, and that commercial lending will play a growing role. So lots of aspects which are scrutinized by lenders here is indeed to look at the financial policy of these water operators, the management quality, but also the regulation. The question is there an independent regulator which is developed a clear, transparent and supportive regulatory framework? Because the markets and the lenders globally are looking for certainty and predictability. And you can see recently, for instance, in the UK, where the UK regulator made an unprecedented cut in terms of return this year by 50% versus the previous period. The magnitude and the surprise, if I may say, for the markets led to a downgrade from rating agency on the rating of the UK operators, which led then to an increased level of cost of funding. So maybe back to the question about the COVID-19. If the COVID-19 will drive new challenge for sure for the water sector, but when you're looking at the global infrastructure sector, clearly water is still a low-risk sector, and COVID is not expected to derail attractiveness for the lenders. To conclude, for me, the two key aspects for attracting lenders are the size and the predictability of an independent regulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olivier, and thank you also for sticking to the time. This will actually allow us to have a very short round of second question to all our panelists. We have heard now about the huge challenges we are facing. We know that our member states are currently involved in a lot of planning and policy planning processes, including, of course, for their programs of measures under the next river basin management plans, for which financing will have to be found. And here, for example, the national recovery and resilience plans that are currently being drawn up are one option. We also know that financing for water sanitation and water treatment is one of the key, what we call basic measures under the Water Framework Directive, so most important of them all. I was wondering if you had one wish, and this is to all our panelists, what would your one wish be? What is the most important thing that now needs to be done to close the financing gap? Please, you each have 1 minute and one main wish. Do you want to start, Olivier?
Sure, thank you. Well, if I had one wish, is indeed to have a clear and transparent communication from the regulators on the playing rules for the water operators, because sometimes you see that lenders are a bit hesitant to enter into this market because they are asked to provide long-term lending, meaning 10, 15, 16 years, while sometimes there is some concessions which are maturing in 3, 4, 5 years. And question mark, what happens if a water operator is losing the concession? And for the most developed regulation, therefore, you will see that there is some clear rules of compensation mechanism, and there is some track record of intervention of the regulator, which give clear confidence to the lender that they can lend beyond the end of the concession, because they know that the water operator will be able to come back with some compensation and to repay the lender. So this is really, for me, the key thing: have a clear explanation from the regulator and clear communication toward the market.
Of course, I now have to ask immediately the regulator, Anna from Portugal. Do you agree with this one wish, or do you have a different one? Only one. Thank you. You're muted. You're muted.
Sorry, at times even having the regulation, the regulator has not enough power to set this predictability of returns. I believe, and what I would like to have for Portugal would be a more suitable administrative organization with more scale at the management entities level, and with less dependence on the municipalities and more professional management tools in the entities responsible, in the management entities responsible for providing the service. I believe this will be very important, inclusively, to translate the regulator regulations to the operational side of the operational side, and to guarantee that the rules and the regulations defined by the regulators will be applied.
Thank you so much. Now let's ask George from Romania. What is your one idea, your one call? What's the most important thing?
Yeah, I think the most important for us will be to improve capacity in developing and implementing the project in the water sector. I said not always the finance could be available, but if you do not have capacity to spend and then implement the project, you lose the money, and this is the very, very difficult to be accepted.
Thank you. And finally, the same question also to Spain. What is the one issue that you see is the most crucial one at this stage?
Well, Bettina, I think the challenge now today is to ensure that the European Union funding with the Resilience Fund really has domino effects, that it reaches the right projects and that really has that kind of level of impact that we all want them to have. And one of the impacts that need to have is to make sure that it sort of becomes an incentive for the institutional reforms and the tariff reforms that are much required in the urban sector. Because the small and medium-term municipalities, medium-sized municipalities really sometimes really lack of the proper tariffs that are needed for ensuring the sustainability of the services. If we put a lot of money in the system, but the system doesn't have the kind of structures that will allow to sustain those services, we are not doing a very good job.
Thank you so much. Now, Nele, you from the Commission and myself, we don't get a wish, but we listen to all the other wishes because it's the seasons for wishing also. And it's the season really to move forward. As we've heard, we have a lot of work together. We are also very happy that we will be able to continue working with the OECD and all partners on the next steps. We will now engage in a similar exercise also on the Water Framework Directive. And we're very happy that we will be working with all of you also in the future. So thank you very, very much for this excellent discussion. And we took due note, and we hope that we will be able to help you further in the future with your investment strategies. Thank you very much to everybody.
Thanks a lot, Bettina and the panelists. That was very interesting. So now we've discussed why we need water investments and the problems with scaling up investment and meeting the costs and relying less on public subsidies. We have one more session today starting at 1:30, and that will be on the importance of green and resilient recovery from the coronavirus. So we're going to take a short break. Again, thank you for joining, and we'll be back at 1:30. Sorry, it's better if I turn on my audio. I was just saying that you can feel free to stay connected and watch the videos which are now online, and we'll be back shortly. Thanks.
Hello, Gonzalo.
Hi,
Great to see you.
Hi, Kathleen. How are you?
Oh, hi, Sophie. Excellent. Just checking in to see we've got all our speakers here. I see Hank, you're connected. Hope everything is working well.
Yes.
Excellent.
To see you. Hello,
Good
Gonzalo.
to see you.
Bonjour, Sophie. Good to see you, Kathleen.
Hi, Hank.
Good to
Very
see
good.
you.
How are you? Thanks for joining.
And we have John here. Hi, John. Great to see you. I don't want to ask you what time it is in Oregon.
Good morning, good afternoon.
Good to see you. Hi, Chris. How are
Hi,
you?
everybody. Great.
Good. Did anybody have a chance to listen into the morning session so far?
Some of it.
Okay. Right.
Then actually, Kathleen, because I had something else, but I had a question. If we want to listen what follows, can we stay on that link, or will we need a different link?
So this will be the last session for today, and then there's a different link for tomorrow. So you should have, I think, received that in the same email. A link to connect today, a link to connect tomorrow.
Okay. Okay.
Great. I think we have a very excellent panel here, and I know we're in very, very good hands with Hank. So at some point, I'll just turn off my video and mute, and then just asking all the panelists to please keep your video on, of course, for the whole time. And then if you're not speaking, just switch off your microphone. And we'll do our best with moderating some questions from the chat as well.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah. So Hank, I'll start kind of explain how it's going to go, and then I'll hand over to you, and you can just take off from there. Does that sound all right? I'll introduce you a little bit, and I'll introduce the session.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. And do we have Werner Schmidt already there? I don't see him yet. Or
He's in the building. He'll be connecting very soon. Yeah.
I confirm he's connected. That's just
Hello.
Hi, Hank.
Good to see you.
Hi, good to see you. Yes, no, absolutely. I'm in the building. I'm here, so I'm ready.
Okay. All right. Great.
Perfect. Thanks for joining. Fantastic. Yeah.
Hello, Hank. This is Chris. From my side, just one question: Will we stay with the order as it is in the program? Do I come last?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
that's great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Everything. I didn't adjust anything. Not my normal nature, but this time I was very much followed everything. So don't worry. Yeah.
This is going to be a good one, I think.
Yeah.
This is going to be great. And just for the speakers, we ran quite a bit over in the first and second sessions, as can be expected. And indeed, the last thing that we have on the agenda after this session is really a wrap up. So Hank, we're in your hands, but if you feel like you need a bit more time to go over, I think that won't be an issue.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks so much. Yeah.
And do you think should we start? Should we give people a little more time? I see we have, I think it shows 88 participants. I think that's a pretty good number.
Great, that sounds good, Chris. So maybe 1 or 2 more minutes.
Okay.
You can go ahead and get started again.
Okay.
And good luck, everyone. Thanks a lot for all your contributions. I'm looking forward.
Thanks, Kathleen. Thanks so much.
Okay, I think we're going to get started. Thank you to everyone for joining us for the last session of the day. This session is going to discuss how water investments can contribute to a green and resilient recovery after the pandemic. The session will explore, for example, opportunities and challenges for water investments in the European Union's COVID recovery package. We can also discuss how we can ensure that the new funding goes to the right projects and how can private investors get involved. I'll now hand over to Henk Ovink. Henk, I believe you are the world's only water ambassador, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe you can correct me. You're known as a special envoy for water for the Netherlands, and you're an expert on flood issues. I believe I read also in your previous job, you were once in charge of teaching the whole country how to live with water and also how to keep dry, which must be a huge challenge in certain parts of the country. I'll let you take over the last panel of the day. I think this is going to be an interesting one.
Thanks so much, Chris. And thanks all for joining for indeed the last session of today, of this first day of the Financing Water Roundtable. It's been again a pleasure and an honor, and I look forward to moderate as best as I can this last panel. We have a very interesting panel with speakers from across the board. I'll introduce them. And indeed, we're going to talk about how the recovery post COVID-19 is not only an opportunity, but also a responsibility from all of us, from a water perspective, from a finance perspective, from a sustainability perspective. And it's not only an opportunity and responsibility, we also see where it goes wrong. In first COVID-19 relief, of course, it's first aid, band-aid approaches that are of critical importance across the world. But sustainable, well, you could doubt. And second, if we look across the board as these post-COVID recovery packages are developed, sustainability through a water lens, climate action through a water lens, it's still hard to find. So mainstreaming and ensuring that there's a pipeline of water infused, sustainable and climate-related actions is still a big challenge. A lot of the recovery is of course focused on jobs, and that is of critical importance, but what's on the shelf to secure jobs and economy often does not meet the bar that we did set with the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals. So how can we change course? How can we ensure that we develop these pipelines and that they inform a change of path towards more sustainability? That's what we're going to talk about, what the opportunities, what the challenges are, what's already there, and how are we going to do this better. And we do this with an amazing panel. We will start off with a keynote address by Mr. Werner Schmidt, Director of Environment and Sustainable Territorial Development of a department of the European Investment Bank. And then we have a panel with 4 speakers from across the board. Mr. Gonzalo de la Camara, Head of the Department of Water Economics at IMDA Water Institute, the Institute for Advanced Studies in Madrid. Then John Matthews, Executive Director of the Alliance for Global Water Adaptation. We'll continue with Ms. Sophie Tremelot from the Europe Water Security Director from the Nature Conservancy. And we'll end the panel speakers and then move towards the discussion with Chris Fisher, Senior Water Resources Management Specialist from the World Bank. But to set us up, I'd like to hand over the floor to Werner Schmidt, Director Environment and Sustainable Territorial Development Department at European Investment Bank. Werner, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Henk. Can you hear me well?
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Servus. Thank you so much, Henk. And indeed, it's a great pleasure to join this interesting session this afternoon. I'm very happy that my department is co-organizing this event alongside our colleagues in the EIB and obviously with our partners from the OECD. Financing for water and sanitation is a key area for the European Investment Bank. And indeed, the EIB is one of the largest lenders to the global water sector. And over the last 5 years, just to give you a ballpark figure, we lent some 15 billion euros to water projects worldwide. Only last year, some 2.4 billion went to water and sanitation projects around the globe and helped to secure better sanitation for close to 12 million people, providing safer drinking water for about 10 million people, and 1.7 million faced reduced risk of flooding. However, the coronavirus pandemic obviously has changed not only our daily lives, but also the way the EIB operates as an EU institution. In the face of the already visible economic effects of COVID-19, we work together with other European institutions to counter and alleviate these effects. In summer, the EU leaders agreed on a historic package. Part of the EU budget, of the regular package of 1.1 trillion, is already repurposed to respond to the COVID-19 crisis. And in addition, a specific 750 billion recovery instrument was created under Next Generation EU. We all know the current discussions on the overall deal are difficult. They are ongoing, but I'm optimistic that we will see a good compromise in the not too distant future. And in any case, the EIB will play its part in complementing these initiatives with its financing and actions. Our COVID-19 response also included a pan-European guarantee fund, mobilizing up to 200 billion of financing and targeting also the water sector. The financing to be generated by this fund, combined with other urgent measures announced by the EIB group, can generate funding on a scale of around 1.5% of EU's GDP. This funding represents a protection shield to help the EU economy cope with the shock of the COVID-19 pandemic and complements other measures by EU institutions and member states. The fund has, for instance, been already used to support water sector investments by local authorities in France, in the Grand Chambéry region, where we will be investing some 30 million euros over the next years. While the coronavirus has shaken our societies and required quick responses from all of us, we should not forget about the essential crisis and threat that climate change presents to our world. Hank, you mentioned it already, but it's the crisis currently, and by 2050, the number of people who lack sufficient water at least once per year will soar to more than 5 billion from 3.6 billion today. In the decades to come, we are likely to see unprecedented competition for water, and we will need to adapt and to mitigate those effects by investing in improved flood protection, increased water security, water reuse, and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 is the challenge of our generation. Our response in times of crisis defines who we are as an individual, as a community, and also as a bank. Europe has so far acted decisively and stood together. And with the vaccine in sight, we now need to take the opportunity and plan for the recovery and for the future. But ensuring a green and sustainable recovery is of very strategic importance for us and the generations to come. We just have more than not even 10 years to turn the tide on the climate and environmental emergency. So we need to act now. This is also why in the decade to come, the EU Bank, the European Investment Bank, aims to support 1 trillion in investment, 1 trillion euro in investment for climate action and environmental sustainability. We will also gradually increase the share of our climate action and environmental sustainability finance to reach 50% of our operations from 2025. And here the water sector will be key in achieving these goals. Last month, our board of directors, which are the representatives from the EU member states, approved the so-called Climate Bank Roadmap. This decision by our shareholders sends an encouraging signal about Europe's capacity to deliver on climate action and environmental sustainability. The roadmap as such sets out in detail how we aim to support the transition to a green future, including the requirement as of the 1st of January next year that each project financed by the bank will be Paris-aligned. It will ensure that we support a green recovery from the COVID crisis, that we fully back the European Green Deal, including its just transition, that we keep supporting countries in need also outside the European Union, and that we make sure our work contributes to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. In this respect, water will be a key contributor. It will play a key role not only for climate mitigation, but it will be also an essential sector providing positive contributions to climate adaptation. Doubts have been expressed as to whether the COVID-19 and climate crisis can be addressed simultaneously. I am confident that this is not only possible, but it's an imperative. From an economic point of view, it makes complete sense. If we do not act now, a return to business as usual will take us to 3 degrees warming, and the costs in the future will be unimaginable. The recovery not only must be linked to a green transition, but it is also an opportunity to further speed up this transition. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward for the discussion. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Werner, for your encouraging words, your strong belief and the commitment of the European Investment Bank to turn this recovery into green, sustainable, climate-related. As what you said also, as of January, Paris proof. I would add SDG proof, and then hope, not only based on this conversation we have now, but also on the follow-up conversations you will have, and we will all have, that it better be green and blue, because we know investing in water has a trickle-down impact across all these SDGs, as well as an impact on mitigation and adaptation approaches. So thanks so much for setting us up. I think the ambition you stated is spot on. The proof of the pudding will be in the eating, but following you, we will definitely we'll see opportunities for that. I'll go around the speakers now, and I start with Gonzalo de la Camara, the head of the Department of Water Economics at IMDA Water Institute in Madrid, sharing your preliminary findings or a selection from the ongoing work on the implications of the COVID-19 crisis on financing water-related investments and opportunities to contribute to this green and resilient recovery. Gonzalo, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henk, and thanks to those organizing this meeting for inviting me. I think the reason why I've been invited is because I'm leading a global report commissioned by the World Bank in a joint initiative with the OECD on the potential impact of the COVID-19 crisis on water-related investments worldwide. So I'm going to share some of the preliminary findings that we have from this report, and I'll be very happy to interact with any of the attendees and other panelists in order to get some feedback on these findings so that we can enrich the report before it is released. I think Henk was mentioning at the beginning that nature seems to be like an economic winner for COVID-19 recovery, but when you look at the World Resources Index, you realize that most of the countries are not being as, let's say that the lyrics are not as nice as the music. Yeah, so it's quite difficult to see in these recovery and resilience packages the role that's been assigned to water and how water is connected to other sector, which I think is a critical point that I'll make afterwards. So if I may share some of the findings that we have so far very quickly, and then share also some preliminary recommendations. We with no exception, the COVID-19 crisis is projected to slow down investments in the water sector worldwide. So that's something that we've already seen in the literature already available and in the data sets that we've been going through. It's also increased the importance of operational reliability due to the cost of disruption. So you can imagine these needs derive from shifts in demand patterns and supply disruptions, but also in the emergency measures employed by governments to cope with the pandemic. Interesting to see, and because this is a worldwide report, it's quite interesting to refer to countries beyond Europe as well, because for instance, there are countries like Somalia, Burkina Faso, or Ethiopia, or Vietnam that have been doing very well in terms of the pandemic. So there have no many casualties, and even if some of them share boundaries with China. But it's interesting to see how even these very large countries like Vietnam or Ethiopia, even despite not having a serious public health crisis, they're still being severely affected by COVID-19 crisis on economic grounds. So I think it's important not just to focus on those countries that have been more severely affected health-wise, but also those beyond that subset. It's also interesting to see how many large users of water have downscaled or reduced activities, resulting, for instance, in something that is really affecting public utilities, which is a decline in industrial demand. And this is actually reducing utilities. So it is expected that people revenue loss will happen across the whole water supply chain. And this not only includes water utilities, but also technology companies and contractors and chemical suppliers and consultants. So I think this is also something that needs to be pointed out. Another point is that several countries have announced crisis emergency measures. Easy to understand, but not necessarily with a long-term perspective in mind that will affect revenues. So for instance, the partial suspension of water billing for low-income users and moratoriums on water service cutoffs. And, that's very easy to understand, but it's unclear whether this is more tactical than strategic. And I think that we've got an opportunity now, because we are connecting in this new storyline provided by the European Commission and all the global institutions, in terms of not just building on the basis of the Green Deal, but going beyond that and talking about social exclusion and about digitalization, etc. I think that we've got an opportunity to get the elephant in the room, which is not the high level of water tariffs, but it is the high level of people exposed to poverty and social exclusion. And I think that this is something that we don't see very clear in recovery and resilience packages we've overlooked so far. Then the measures that have been leading to revenue losses for utilities are having like sort of an asymmetric impact. So for instance, one of the things we've seen is that evidence seems to show that financially robust utilities are coping quite well, because most utilities, including traditionally overbanked blue chip utilities, seem to be experiencing short-term revenue shortfalls, which is similar to the slowdown in the economic activity for the whole economy. But this is not necessarily something that we see as a structural pattern. It may be the case that as soon as we have overcome at least part of a pandemic, this will recover immediately. And another point that I wanted to make is that capital expenditures will decline in the short and medium term. And so what we are seeing here is that there's not only impact, as you could imagine, on new developments, new infrastructures, the combination of conventional infrastructure and nature-based solutions. It's not only that, it's a capital asset replacement, which was a major issue before the pandemic. So I think that's critical. And in order to wrap up, first, I think it's critical to highlight the importance of including water-related investments in government recovery packages and recommendations. And for these, we feel that climate change adaptation seems to be the poor cousin in international discussions about climate change. And climate change adaptation is very beneficial in terms of finding a strategic financial approach. It forces you to go beyond the boundaries of the water sector itself. And we feel that there's a high potential to untap resources outside the water sector, but related to enhancing long-term water security and resilience also in terms of water. Then the current crisis is sort of amplifying prevailing limitations in financing water. So to some extent, one of the things that we're looking at this report is whether there's something strictly new, or whether we see that there's just like, an amplification of previously existing problems in terms of making the best use of existing assets, or making the best use of available finance, or avoiding future liabilities, or crowding in private sources of finance. And the last point I want to make is that when looking at these recovery and resilience packages, there is an emphasis. I was invited to a high-level forum organized by the vice president in my country who's responsible for the ecological transition and the demographic challenge. And she was very clear, this new money coming from Next Generation EU is not to do the same. It's not to follow business as usual. it's also to transform and to innovate. And it's very difficult to see, references to water in these new, packages, whether this is actually something that is clear for one. And I have more to add then in the discussion. Thank you, Hank.
Thanks, Gonzalo. That is challenging also to hear. You actually expose and explore the multitude of opportunities, but at the same time tell us that they're not being used, that the pathways towards a blue recovery is there, but that currently it is definitely underutilized from all perspectives. So, and that means that there's quite a lot of work ahead of us. Thanks, Gonzalo, for the discussion too. Then I go to John Matthews, Executive Director, Alliance for Global Water Adaptation. Why and how these water-related investments can contribute to a green and resilient recovery, John. I think you are very well suited to help us answer these questions. John, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Henk. And I think I'm Gonzalo's poor cousin in this discussion. As the climate adaptation person, I'm a water scientist by training, and I've been working on especially water resilience, climate adaptation issues since around 2003. And I've been asked to provide a rationale for why we need to think more systematically about water in the process of a COVID recovery. I'd like to really ask us to think about three words: risk, alignment, and resilience. In the first word, risk, I think one of the dominating lessons that we've received from the pandemic is that borders are weak barriers. And these are borders, most obviously national borders, but I would also argue sectoral borders. That in effect, we've seen COVID provide a massive stress test for different kinds of systems that we think about and that we live in, often quite invisible ones. In that sense, it's a shared stress test, and that's very, very powerful. This idea that we are suddenly much more aware of the systems in which we live in. Think about the very supply chain crises that were very widespread, especially in Europe and North America in the first 2 quarters of this year, and that have periodically arisen again. These, in some sense, have nothing to do with COVID-19, yet they are profoundly linked to it. I think what that has led to is a much broader shared sense of risk too, and that's the alignment process that we have begun to say. Actually, we have a problem in how we have been defining solutions, how we've been trying to define approaches to develop collective policies to address issues. If we have these broad spectrum threats, then we probably need solutions that are really commensurate and on a scale with them. And here I want to borrow a word that has really come from the climate change community, and that's the phrase "deep uncertainty." To the best of my knowledge, that was a phrase that was invented, or at least publicized around 2011 or 2012 in a World Bank white paper led by an economist there, Stefan Hollegat. And he was talking, and his team were talking about how a deep uncertainty is an issue that is especially relevant to climate change. It's an issue where we can look at alternative futures and we can't tell which one is more likely to happen. So we have a crisis in planning, a crisis in how institutions try to address problems. I would argue that the real root of that is that the way that we arrange most of our planning, our institutional problem definition, even our financing, is that what we want to do is to make problems smaller. We want to be able to split them into smaller and smaller pieces so that we can come up with a more effective solution. When we have these vast cross-cutting problems like COVID-19, we actually need to lump problems together. In that sense, I think that there's actually a strong case, again, following up on Gonzalo's comment, that we need to really try to align the risks around climate adaptation and COVID-19, as well as a variety of other issues. And here, what I'd like to suggest is that there's a term that we've been using in Agua quite recently that we refer to as deep resilience as the answer to deep uncertainty. And what we mean by deep resilience is that problems should be gathered together, that they should be reinforcing, interlocking, and synergistic. That in effect, if we're faced with uncertainty, that the response to it is not to make the problems smaller, make them broader, and try to link issues such as pandemic security, water security, and energy security. We can also think about issues around transport or urban resilience. And this, I think, is going to lead right into the next speaker, because I would say that one of the strongest assets and tools that we have in this approach is nature-based solutions and developing more effective, deep, resilient approaches. Thanks.
Thanks, John. And thanks also for making sure we're updated on where you are in the context of where deep uncertainties lead to deep resiliency approaches. And this is also very much part of what we see. The Sustainable Development Goal agenda often is used as a cherry pick type of pie. You champion SDG 2, 4, 6, 11, whatsoever. But it is a comprehensive agenda with sets of targets and challenges that only become opportunities in their interdependency, in the way they relate to each other. So only in a holistic, comprehensive manner can you start to add value, not in a siloed, sectoral, or carved out approach. So deep resiliency, in that sense, is the normal answer to sustainable development. But it's often hardly understood. So finding novel or better ways to inform these new pathways is of critical importance. So thanks for that. Thanks also for making the direct link with the adaptation agenda, which is as a need as well as an opportunity there. Going to my fourth speaker of the panel, Mrs. Sophie Tremelot, from the Europe Water Security Director from the Nature Conservancy, hopefully providing us with challenges and opportunity. Investing in nature, of course, helps us not only recover, but also build resiliency and sustainability in the context of this crisis and future crises to come. Sophie, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Hank. Yes, I will be focusing on opportunities, in fact. So thank you very much for inviting me. As you know, or may not know, the Nature Conservancy is one of the largest environmental NGOs, and we focus on tackling climate change and protecting biodiversity. So in the water sector, we particularly focus on helping water sector actors to identify where they could harness nature to address their more pressing water security challenges and generate co-benefits for climate and biodiversity, as well as green jobs and social and health benefits. So we know now, and I'm preaching to the convinced, that water, too much or too little, is the main vector for which the effects of climate change will be felt. And in that context, it makes a lot of sense to invest in resilient water supplies as part of the green and resilient recovery that several member states are looking for. As a result, they have identified NBS as a critical component in some cases of their green recovery packages as part of their plans to build back better. However, as John was saying, these are natural processes, and it's important to really be clear on where they can work and how they can work in combination, in conjunction with grey infrastructure investments, because they may not apply in all cases. So in my talk today, I just wanted to bring to your attention the fact that we've just completed an extensive analysis and to identify which European cities could benefit from at-scale investments in selected nature-based solutions to tackle one of the most enduring aspects related to water security, which is that of diffuse pollution and soil loss associated with intensive agriculture. Such challenges are well known. They've been identified since the early 90s, but they have not been solved. And what we know is that they are increasing or will increase with climate change. For example, if river flows are lower with intense summer heat, nutrients become more concentrated, and with more frequent and more intense flooding, this will lead to more flushing of nutrients and sediments into rivers. So in this new report, which is called Resilient European Cities, Nature-Based Solutions for Clean Water, which is available on the conference website, we have used a science-based methodology to identify where NBS could work best, if you want. We had to do this based on a sample of 109 cities, which are heavily dependent on surface waters. What we found is that the watersheds on many of these European cities are often significantly modified. So the ability of their watersheds to play the role, provide the ecosystem services that they have traditionally delivered has been significantly altered. So we analyze the potential for 4 main NBS: cover crops, riparian restoration, forest protection, and reforestation. We know that there are many other promising NBS, such as wetland restoration and construction or floodplain restoration, but we just didn't have the ability to analyze them all in detail in this analysis. We found that these NBS could help address diffuse pollution in catchments that serve 42 million people in 63 cities out of our 109 sample. And we find, for example, that cover crops was one of the most effective and cost-effective measure, with forest protection closely behind. In practice, of course, we know that packages of green and grey measures would need to be deployed based on a much more detailed understanding of local conditions. But we believe that this report can provide a solid overview of where these packages should be explored, if you want, and because they can make the greatest impact on pollution, with total overall cost that would be significantly lower than if we just look at grey infrastructure. So based on our findings, we made a number of recommendations. In particular, we recommended that, of course, member states should ensure that NBS are prioritized in their next river basin management plans and in their national recovery and resilience plans. We think that water service providers and large-scale water users should scan where they're involved and identify where they can best engage to act as good stewards of water resources. We think the main emphasis of the recommendation is to encourage the establishment of collective action mechanisms that we see as critical for at-scale investment in those measures. We at TNC have experience in doing this with water funds in 43 locations around the world, and we working with actors in Norfolk in the UK, for example, as part of COVID-19 recovery efforts to set up this kind of mechanisms. So we think that cities and utilities have a key role to play to lead on the establishment of these collective action mechanisms, and also with the support of intermediaries, NGOs, consultancies, which need to invest resources in supporting these kind of processes. We think that also a lot more efforts needs to go into project preparation and the mobilization of a mix of revenue streams. So far, NBS in Europe have been funded by farming subsidies, but this has been fragmented and not targeted. So there needs to be a broader consideration of other revenue streams. Finally, there's a call for research as well. We know still very little or not enough about effectiveness and cost effectiveness of these solutions at scale. So that needs to be deepened and better understood. But what is clear overall is that we need to accelerate implementation, and that COVID-19 recovery will be an opportunity that we cannot miss. Thank you.
Thanks, Sophie. Thanks for this also call to action in the context of our urban vulnerability, as well as the massive opportunity that lies ahead. There's also this informed way on how TNC is already working across the world with these collective and collaborative actions, water funds on the scale of river basins and so forth, to be tested then here in a European urban setting, which will be new. And accelerate implementation then demands that there is a pipeline. You need a first, there are many good examples around the world that actually have this holistic integrated approach that work through nature and by nature to recover. But the scale of it is just lacking to really make a dent in the sustainability vulnerability. And to that end, I turn to the last speaker of the panel, Chris Fisher, Senior Water Resources Management Specialist for the World Bank. You work in Romania on flood risk management plans for one, but also more. This is at least the European context. How do you see the opportunities we're in now, and in the context of what the other speakers already said, and use nature-based solutions, water as a complement or a driver to the infrastructure that's already on the table? Chris, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks a lot, Hank, and thanks everybody for the interesting talk so far. After John and also Sophie already provided information on the opportunities with nature-based solutions, I will now shortly present a more practical approach on how we actually select these greener and more resilient solutions, and how we had to build this pipeline Hank also was referring to, and specifically in the area of flood risk management. So the World Bank is currently implementing two very similar advisory services in Romania and Bulgaria to support the countries with the implementation of the EU Flood Directive. And this includes the development of programs of measures. These programs of measures, they are to be prepared for each river basin, and they shall include a variety of projects for flood protection, flood prevention, and preparedness. Programs of measures, they are investment plans for 6 years, and they are also used by the sector to plan the funding needs. Now, I will shortly explain how these programs of measures are normally being developed, and then from our perspective in Romania, how we try to change this approach, and what are the results that we expect with this. So starting with the programs of measures, usually based on identified flood risks, the local stakeholders and experts, they come together and they choose or they discuss different options for flood risk management. This includes traditional structural measures like dikes and polders, but more and more also includes green measures like wetlands, forestations in the upper watersheds, etc. Countries then use methods to prioritize these different options and include them in their pipeline, in the investment pipeline, in the program of measures. And these methods are usually it's multi-criteria analysis and the cost-benefit analysis. Now, these methods, they were developed in a couple of years ago already, and they tend to prioritize flood risk management measures that consist of grey infrastructure, much more than green infrastructure and nature-based solution. And when we look why this is like it, it's because the benefits of the green infrastructure and the nature-based solutions are more difficult to quantify. So this is true for the benefits for flood protection. So for example, the impact of afforestation in the upper watershed, the impact of this forestation on the flood situation in a village downstream is hard to estimate. While, for example, a dike that I build around the village, I can estimate the impact very easily. This is basic engineering, I would say. In addition to these benefits, also the additional benefits that the nature-based solutions provide, they're hard to estimate too. So, for example, when we stay with the wetland or with the forestation, they provide a lot of services in addition to the service for flood protection. They CO2 sequestration, biodiversity, etc. And it's very difficult to estimate that. So far, we do not have easy tools to do this. And in Romania and in many other countries too, we don't have experience in doing this. And because of this, when we do a cost-benefit analysis and we develop a pipeline for flood risk management measures, the greener measures and the nature-based solutions, usually or can hardly compete with the gray solutions and will not be picked. So in the context of our project now, together with the Ministry of Environment, Waters and Forests in Romania, we developed a new approach. So now coming to our new approach. What's new with our approach? Well, actually, it's also an MCA and CBA. We also use a multi-criteria analysis and a cost-benefit analysis. But we do some changes. In the multi-criteria analysis, our changes that we added environmental criteria, in addition to the social, economic, and technical ones. So when we are prioritizing measures and the stakeholder proposes a measure, we now also have to ask ourselves additional questions and score those questions. So for example, does this measure for flood protection have a positive impact on aquatic ecosystems or even a negative one? Does this measure contribute to CO2 sequestrations? And there we have nine environmental questions altogether. This is on the MCA side. On the CBA side, the cost-benefit analysis, we now also try to quantify the environmental benefits. So when we have afforestation, with our modern methodology, we will evaluate and monetize the different ecosystem services of this forestation, not only for flood protection, but also for example, groundwater recharge. And this way, with the MCA, we score the greener measures higher. And with the CBA, we estimate, we quantify all the benefits, including the environmental benefits. So this is the changed approach. And what do we try to expect with this new approach? So our expected results are, for one, we want to have better pipelines, better program of measures, but more greener and more resilient projects. It's the main purpose. The second one is applying this method will help us to collect a lot of information on green measures, and this will then help Romania to build better applications for funds and develop better projects. And the third expected result, and this is very important, we try to make this methodology as transparent as possible and as inclusive. So the stakeholders have to participate. And this way, we hope to further and create awareness and also a higher acceptance for the nature-based solutions. With this, I come to an end. I hope I was able to show a possible way or to channel the available funds towards a greener and more resilient investment pipelines and contribute, I very much like the word, John, contributes also to deep resilience. So yeah, thanks for your attention, and now looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much, Chris. It's great to hear about your World Bank's new approaches on CBAs and MCAs and starting to include environmental, hopefully even social co and cross benefits of these investments, and therefore shying away from a single focused financial economic assessment of our investments. I must say in 2020, it is a little bit, we still need to do this call for looking broader to our investments. Feels also tough for me as a water ambassador working around the world, seeing examples on how we increase our sustainability and resiliency. It does demand that from the start, you have to take a broad perspective across SDGs, social, cultural, environmental, next to financial, economic. And at the same time, also take a deeper look, not the short-term wins and profits, but the longer or mid-term added value. So de-risking, preventing losses, and creating added value are part of that same business case. And with nature-based solutions and investing through water, there are opportunities. I just heard from the sessions organizers that there are no questions on the chat. So they say you answered everything we already gave you up front, but that might be a little bit too easy to let you off the hook. But there is one question that came up through the chat just now. What does it mean for skills and capacity in the water sector and in other sectors to move towards these more comprehensive approaches? How can we take steps towards a shared vision? And how can the water climate and sustainability world, in collaboration with the financial, economics, and governance world, can start to hold hands. And last, what is then your number one and two priority actions? So one is, what are skills? How does collaboration across start to work? And what are your number one and two priorities? Happy to go one by one. And then starting, of course, with Gonzalo, because he's been listening for quite a bit now. You don't need to answer all, take one. So I can go to John, Sophie, and Chris for the rest.
I think it's not just, yeah, thank you. It's not just an issue of thinking in terms of skills in order to deal with more integrated and holistic approaches. I think it's very much that we have quite an interesting moment now in history in which you see energy transition efforts, decarbonization efforts, promoting natural infrastructure and nature-based solutions, different planning cycles in order to deal with, river basin planning, flood risk management. We've got biodiversity efforts. So we've got different strategies. This is a great opportunity in order to convey ideas about a holistic and an integrated approach. But we don't see like how we connect the dots. And all these initiatives seem to be standalone initiatives. We don't connect them. And then you have, for instance, people dealing with climate change adaptation, legal powers at a national level, but they don't have the legal powers to do that. So at the end of the day, at best, they become like great coordinators of sectoral efforts. But I think that we feel that we need to overcome some of the institutional, technological lock-in and also financing lock-in. So I think it's much more to embrace complexity. I think that a paradigm shift is pending, which is not so much about addressing and mitigating uncertainty, as John was mentioning. It's very much about embracing uncertainty and therefore focusing on adaptability, flexibility, and robustness. So accepting that uncertainty is part of the story.
You just won my book, which one of the titles is Embrace Complexity. There was a secret line in this whole panel that if you got it right, if you got one of the chapters right, we'll get you, I'll send you. But it's right, this complexity embracing in the way we act, and the way we govern, so institutionally, but also in the way we collaborate, so professionally. And I think that is the tough part. Chris was mentioning, we come from a CBA and MCA that is very much carved out and chopped up. How can we move towards a more integrated approach? And that is on the level of the project and the development, the process, and the way to collaborate across scales. And this is therefore informal, professional, but also institutional. And I think across all these layers of change, that is not easy. So thanks, Gonzalo. Very good. John, you're next. Your points.
Super, and I'm only disappointed that I didn't throw in the phrase embrace complexity as well.
There are more chapters, so you can still win a book.
Okay, yeah. I'll start throwing out keywords and see what comes up. So you asked about skills and priorities. I think one of the real issues that we have in terms of skills is that often the most operational people who are involved in the development of projects, in the development of planning cycles, and in the finance processes, that we have essentially lopped off from, in many cases, from their work the need to really be able to engage with diverse stakeholders. We've really created a very narrow siloed effect, so that they're not engaging with not just policy processes but political processes. My experience from many parts of the world at this stage is that when we bring the technical analysts, the technical decision makers, in contact with diverse groups of stakeholders, that those analysts immediately see the need to make a problem bigger, to blow it up. And to really start to advocate and push for connections between other silos, between other sectors. So there's a good reason why technical analysts are afraid of that. That's because it's scary to do. They're not trained for it. As an economist, as a scientist, as a finance specialist, you're not trained and prepared for that. And that, I would say, is a skill that's something that we can work on. And there are lots of programs to be able to do so. I think a lot of what Chris Fisher is talking about in his work is really about how to engage with those more diverse groups. In terms of priorities, I think I'd like to make two recommendations. One is that many of the analytical tools that we use, and we've had some really good examples from both Sophie and from Chris, they tend to highly discount the aspects of uncertainty that we know are really at the heart of the problem now. So if we think about discount rates, if we think about cost-benefit analyses, they tend to say if it's uncertain, then it's not important. If we think that it's something that's going to happen 5 or 10 or 20 years from now, we don't need to worry about it. Economists often talk about being a very negative discipline. I think that they're a deeply optimistic discipline in terms of how they envision the future. Actually, so those are kind of artificial analytical constraints, and we need to be able to adjust them. The second is I think we need to think very carefully about how we define resilience in practice. And I think Gonzalo, I'm going to follow up in his words too. Again, he talked about robustness and flexibility. And in Agua, through our programs, through our global network, that's exactly how we define water resilience. We say that it has two components. Traditionally, we've been very good at identifying high confidence threats and drivers and trends, and we can have a robust response to that. Our systems are prepared for developing robust, comprehensive solutions to specific, well-defined threats. It's the flexibility that's the issue now. That's where the deep uncertainty comes in, and it's saying, how do we avoid getting caught in a climate trap, a pandemic trap, or even worse, something that's moving between those two? And it's the systematic application of flexibility that is a really significant skill that we need to be able to add now. Thanks.
Thanks, John. Agreed. I'm going to add one layer to both your robustness and flexibility is the capacity to transform, because we lack that opportunity. Because what you see in the resiliency debate, there is this need for robustness to be able to deal with risks, the flexibility and adaptiveness to be able to recover better and to really respond to the multitude of hazards and their interconnectedness. But deep resiliency could then mean that there is also this fair understanding what the capacity is for transformation, so you can actually move ahead instead of respond backwards. And I think this is where resiliency really becomes progressive, looking at the future. The other part, of course, on uncertainties and CBAs, and that is of critical importance if we want to measure where we want to invest in. These type of uncertainties are going to be of critical importance in the way we develop our business case. I'm looking at the clock too. They gave me time to go over. This is always tough when you say it to Henk. You have time to go over, he immediately goes over. But Sophie, onwards to you.
Thanks, Henk. Yes, I mean, in answer to the question that was posed, that of skills and capacities, I totally agree, because I think at the moment we have a disconnect between the high level of ambition. In some way, we don't have to advocate for nature-based solutions anymore, or much more than we have at the higher level. But what we need is much more effort to make it happen in practice and prepare the right type of projects, etc. And that comes down to skills and mindsets and being able to change the way in which people have traditionally designed these processes, shifting also from a very technically focused approach that leads you naturally to great infrastructure to one that is able to embrace complexity, as you say, but that requires working with lots of different stakeholders and looking at the problems in a more comprehensive manner, not just look at water quantity, for example, but look at regenerative agriculture or look at the use of water, protection of land, etc., which are aspects that are usually dealt with by other components outside of the water sector. And to that end, I mean, John is aware of it. We're working as a TNC with a group of development finance institutions to try and bring together the knowledge that exists and translate that into sort of operational guidance for people that prepare projects within these institutions, just team leaders and their clients. The EIB, Agence Française de Développement, the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, all have sort of isolated pockets of experience, but we really need to sort of pull that all together and make it available in a way that is absorbable by busy team leaders. You know, I was one of them in the World Bank, and I know how hard it is to absorb everything that is going on. So I think in terms of priorities, that is for us as an NGO, one of our key priorities to work with the water sector actors, with the big scale investors, which include the development finance institutions, which include the water companies. We see a lot of water companies taking that forward as well in the UK, where I sit, for example, that's the case. But we also need to work with regulators because often the regulators are risk averse, so they prefer a suboptimal environment where we constantly not meeting pollution targets, for example, rather than taking a more risk for a longer time approach that might work better. So we need to engage with all these actors, and that's what we're doing through this kind of reports, but also on the ground projects in Europe and elsewhere in Latin America.
It could have been my connection, but I lost the last bit of what you just said, Sophie.
Yes, I did too.
So I'll give you a second chance.
Okay,
just do your final points for the panel.
Yeah, so I was saying that priorities really are priorities right now. You know, we, an NGO, an intermediary, our priority is very much working with water sector actors, investors, which can be companies or their funders, development banks in particular, which have an ability to show the way, if you want, and to be a little bit more patient in the way they prepare projects. But also I made a point about regulators, because often regulators, environmental quality regulators, for example, can be very risk averse and not let this kind of new solutions being adopted. And that could be, you know, through regulation or through contracts, which are very prescriptive in terms of certain outputs, for example, which are not enabling a more diverse range of solutions to come to the fore. So we're engaging with them at these levels in order to build in more appetite for risk-taking and complexity.
Very good. Yeah, that's clear, Sophie. Thanks so much. And working across these partners, from the ones that are not the front runners of the transformation to make them part of the change, as well as the ones that have the patience to work with them, the slowness, while at the same time having an acceptance on the need for that transformation is of critical importance. So thanks for those last 2 points. Chris, final words to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. On the skills, I mean, already in my short intervention, I mentioned that we don't have the tools on the ground to better plan this green infrastructure nature-based solution. This is not only true for the CBA and the MCA, this is actually for the project design. So what we face a lot with the World Bank now in Romania and Bulgaria is that the water authorities on the ground, the local stakeholders, first of all, they have to be convinced, they still have to be convinced on the importance of more integral projects, and they have to be given the tools and the capacities to plan this. Usually these are I would call them hardcore civil engineers, and well, they know how to plan a dike, and that's what they're going to do. And it's for us, it's our major challenge in our project to get down to this level of the local level and put the seed of the importance of nature-based solutions in this one. So skills is very important. On the priorities, I would like to take it back a little bit now. We are in a regional roundtable, so on European Union. For me, I think the main priority would be that all the money that is going to rain now on us in the recovery fund and the resilient funds and also the cohesion funds and with the Green Deal, that the European Commission puts clear criteria that certain things cannot be financed anymore and certain things will be prioritized. And these things are, as we all know, the measures have to be robust, they have to be integral, etc., that we set a clear set of rules that everybody has to apply with. And there I think the European Union and the Commission has a huge leverage to change investment. And in the countries where I'm working now, Romania and Bulgaria, flood risk management is mainly financed by external funding. So this way we can really change the entire sector. This would be one priority. And then maybe a second priority also, this is specific for our projects and for the countries we're working in. While the money comes in the countries, there's still limited, we go back to skills, limited skills to develop those projects. So the capacity to use this money is still very low. With this, yeah, I kind of give it back to Hank for your final words. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Christian. Before I give it back to the other Chris, and thanks also for your contributions. I think there was an amazing wealth of input from all of you from your different perspectives. There is a critical need to look through a lens of water and nature-based solutions, green and blue, into the investment opportunities and needs. We all agree, we sometimes lack the instruments, we sometimes lack the capacities, we sometimes lack the level of measuring that impact. And at the same time, what was mentioned more or less across your interventions, and what I feel too, is that we also lack the capacity to develop this into a process. Some of you talked about how to develop this project. What does a project preparation process look like if you want to turn this into a more integrated, holistic, inclusive manner? There are many examples, I must say, from across the world, but they are still very small. And to bring them to scale and find opportunities to replicate is of critical importance. One of them is a program we're doing in Asia, which now has like 27 novel initiatives where all these NBS measures are measured, carbon offsets all the way across to flood mitigation, health benefits, COVID recovery. We show that nature-based solutions are only a third less in investments and half of the cost in maintenance and operations. But to bring that to scale and have an impact on investment portfolios of banks and private sector and government is not easily done. So evaluating and validating these type of approaches and then connecting them to the opportunities and needs of the ground of critical importance. Last, the role and responsibility of Europe for itself, its own portfolio, its own vulnerability in cities, on our river basins and across our coasts. There is no integrated agenda on that yet, but there is a massive opportunity to actually mix COVID recovery, looking at health benefits and opportunities in the context of climate adaptation, mitigation, action, and sustainable development. And second, that putting putting that into practice with this COVID recovery investment package is going to be, of course, how we are going to see the proof of the pudding in that eating. So we not only hope for the better, but we see massive opportunity here in Europe and then bring that to scale across the world too. I want to thank you all for your contributions, but mostly for your work on a daily basis, because this is what matters most. And in the context of scale and replication, replicate your ideas by working with as many people as you can find, because that will definitely help increase that awareness, understanding, and the capacities to work more holistically towards sustainable climate adaptation action. Thanks very much. Hand over the floor back. Look forward to next discussions.
Okay, Henk, thank you very much. That was great. Thank you to the panelists as well and the more than 100 guests signing in. Henk, I think he's the only one who gave a prize, so I thought that made it even more special. I'm going to try to summarize the day and try not to make it too complex, so I don't think I'll win one of Henk's books, so I'm sad about that. We heard from a lot of voices from many parts of society today. We learned that we need to look closely at the risks in water investment and that banks must take new approaches to manage the risks and help clients prepare for risks, increase resilience. We heard that there's a big need for clear and strong regulations and more tools to scale up finance. Earlier today, we were told we need water pricing reforms. We also talked about the need for upgrading and modernizing infrastructure to strengthen resilience. There is a need to do more to recover the costs of such investments, for example, tapping the capital markets, green bonds. We learned of the need for energy saving work, such as installing smart meters, cutting water losses, and improving the planning in the way we build water projects and invest in them. A little bit later, we talked about the gaps or parts of the economy where we aren't investing enough and where we need to learn to go forward with less help from the EU, while still ensuring that everyone has access to clean water and sanitation. We also learned that in small towns, this isn't so easy. You know, when budgets are cut, small towns, they need support from the states and from the EU. So there was a bit of a difference there. The investment needs for the water sector in Europe are substantial. We were told that it's a huge hurdle. There's an estimated investment gap of nearly 300 billion euros up to 2030 in Europe. So all member states need to increase spending. That was clear. To meet this gap, we discussed several issues. For example, looking at scale, the size of projects, the fragmentation in the sector, better capacity to develop projects and finance them, a better regulatory environment. It goes on and on. Improved cost recovery, for example, making sure that that the tariffs meet the expenses. Addressing all these issues, of course, will encourage commercial investors, and we need commercial investors to step in, and we need lenders to step in to finance the sector. So finally, the last panel, we talked about the challenges with COVID and the pandemic and the green recovery. We were told this is a big stress test for the sector. Making sure there is a pipeline of projects is a big challenge, and we heard that we need to avoid band-aid fixes. A lot of the recovery is focused on jobs, of course, and it doesn't always think about the water sector. So a lot of what we're doing isn't enough for the water sector. We learned that investments are slowing because of COVID. Industrial demand is falling. This is hurting revenue. We were told there's sometimes a lack of a long-term perspective, that we need to look more also at poverty and exclusion and not just at water pricing. I thought that was very interesting. We also talked about nature-based solutions. They need more of our support. We were told to look at the bigger picture, take a long-term approach. I thought it was great to say that regulators need to be less afraid of risk. I thought that was really interesting. And we need to avoid getting caught in the pandemic trap. I liked that phrase, and be more flexible. So if you're still with me, I'm almost done. I just wanted to tell you, please come back tomorrow. We have two interesting panel discussions, one on sustainable finance and the EU's ambitious green agenda, including the EU taxonomy, and another one on increasing commercial finance in water. It's clear from today that we need to mobilize more parts of the economy to meet our water goals. If you are signing in tomorrow, there's another hyperlink to be connected. It was sent in the connection details, but you will get another email tomorrow with the new link. So please make a note of that. We hope you enjoyed these discussions and that you can take a few things back with you, perhaps to continue this debate in your communities. And have a really good afternoon and see you next time. Bye-bye.
You are the only call in this conference.